A Halloween Homicide. Holiday Cozy Mystery Book 3. Written by Tonya Kappes. Narrated by Elizabeth Demetrius. Chapter 1. Boo! All you ghosts and goblins get ready for a month full of fun, since Halloweenie is set to open this weekend. Don't miss the Lighthouse Glow Kickoff on Friday night, followed by a party by the sea to kick off Halloweenie. It looks like the Merrymaker hasn't set a place for the final Halloweenie night of celebration, but we do know the weather has turned in our favor. The last few weeks have been rainy, but the forecast for next week is unseasonably cool but dry. Grab your pillowcase and look for hauntingly delicious treats. They will be served at events like pumpkin painting, pumpkin carving, the Parents' Night Out, the Haunted Hayride, the Haunted Ghost Walk, and the Great Jack-o'-lantern Blaze. These events, vendors, and games will all be at Holiday Park. Be sure to hit the events calendar at the top of the page to download your Halloweenie schedule. You won't want to miss out on this ghostly good time. Who will take home this year's top prize at the costume contest? Emily's Treasures has a new stock of disguises for every age. Be sure to let her know you saw it in the Junction journal and get 10% off your total purchase. This article wasn't the best I'd ever written, and I knew it. It was the best article that would go out, though, since my heart wasn't into this month-long celebration of Halloween, my least favorite holiday. Before I could publish the article for tomorrow's online version of Junction Journal, at which I was currently the only editor and journalist, I needed to go to the library and find some archived photos of last year's festival. I looked out at the sea from the window of the Junction Journal building and watched as the waves curled over one another before they spread out along the beach. By their appearance and the shining sun, it would appear to be a gorgeous day for a good ocean swim, but that wasn't the case. The water, like the temperature, was cold. From what I'd gathered during this, my first time in Holiday Junction for the fall season, this was normal for the time of the year. I loved a good chilly autumn night, and I thought of sitting on the beach in front of some sort of campfire while wrapped up in a blanket. That was much more appealing than sitting on the beach this Friday night with hundreds of people who were so excited to see Darren Strickland kick off the month-long chain of haunted events. He did that by changing the lighthouse bulb to orange. From what I'd heard around town, tourists would be invading our little village, which was truly a paradise, except for this month. Holiday Junction was a cozy village nestled in between the sea and mountains. It was literally the best of both worlds if you liked to escape into the woods or listen to the ocean. Holiday Junction had celebrated every single holiday since it became a town. Tourists came from all over the world to visit during the current holiday. No holiday was too big or too small. There was absolutely no way that I, the newest citizen, was going to tell anyone my major dislike for October 31st. I feared being flogged by the village folks who celebrated anything that could be celebrated. For two very good reasons, I'd kept a forced smile on my face this entire month. It was Halloween season, which I had to write on, and I was the Merrymaker. Now, my mama, Millie K. Rhinehammer, was a whole different story. She loved Halloween, and since she too lived in Holiday Junction, she was already planning the decorations for our new house, just in time for us to move in this week. My mama would tell you how cute I was when she dressed me up all those years. And she would follow up with how I begged to eat each piece of candy along the trick-or-treat route. She was right. I did love me some candy. Not so much the itchy, scary costumes, wigs, and loads of fake makeup on my face. Thinking about Friday's event, which would involve sitting in the dark with the sound of the ocean in front of us, and the shrieks of animals in the woods behind us, chilled me to the bone and took me right out of my thoughts. I clicked open my email to procrastinate, and noticed an email headed Ghost Walk which had been sitting in my inbox for a good part of 3 weeks. I hadn't opened or responded to it, but now the time to at least look at it was upon me. It appeared to be from the Holiday Junction Planning Committee, which was the mother of all the committees in Holiday Junction. They had a committee for every holiday, but this one was the main one, and everyone wanted a seat at the table there, including Mama. The email started out very formally with, "Dear Ms. Rhinehammer." I continued to read it. The Holiday Junction Planning Committee is excited about this year's Ghost Walk. The walk will take place nightly, starting at the fountain in Holiday Park with tales of Holiday Junction's ghostly past. This walk will take the south path along the wooded trail leading down to the ocean and end at the steps of the lighthouse. We are excited to offer you an exclusive private walk with our hosts, Herschel and Hazel Lynn Hudson, owners of Brewin' Beans, the sponsor of the walk. We are requesting a write-up in the Junction Journal to help promote the walk and raise money for the Holiday Junction Planning Committee. Sincerely, Peter Hill, President. I closed the email intending to claim I'd never gotten it or say it went to my spam folder. "No, thank you, Mr. President," I groaned. Ghost Walk. Since when did Holiday Junction become a ghost town? In all the research I'd done about the small town, I'd never come across any stories of it being haunted. Trust me, it would have caught my eye. Something real. I glanced at the office phone when it rang. Junction Journal, Violet Rhinehammer speaking.
"Good morning, Violet."
I recognized Herschel Hudson's deep voice. Every morning, I stopped by Brewin' Beans to grab a hot cup of black coffee before I boarded the trolley to ride to the office.
"I see you've read the email about the Ghost Walk. I was beginning to think you didn't like Halloween."
I growled to myself, realizing they had that email notification turned on that alerted you when someone opened an email you'd sent.
"It's something all the tourists expect when they come to visit for Halloween,"
Herschel Hudson said.
"And we are thrilled you're here because you've covered all the holidays so much better than they have been in the past. Since we are close to opening night, I have time tonight to take you on the walk."
Tonight? I flipped the notebook in front of me with a deliberate whip of my wrist to make it sound like I was checking my calendar. I can't tonight. Other obligations for the festival. Surely that would satisfy him. Wrong.
"What about tomorrow night? Or the next night? Heck, any night this week before Friday is a good time for Hazel Lynn and me."
He wasn't going to stop. "You know, I do have this afternoon open." The thought of a ghost walk in the daylight didn't seem so scary.
"Afternoon?"
he asked.
"Who has ever done a ghost walk in the afternoon?"
"We will if you'd like me to write up an article about it for tomorrow's paper." I knew the faster I could get it in the paper, the more open he'd be to whatever time I was available. Seeing how I wasn't a big fan of ghosts and darkness, daylight was when I was open.
"We will see you around lunchtime at the fountain. Gotta go. Busy crowd this morning. Everyone is wanting a coffee with Hazel Lynn's famous Halloween latte art."
The line went dead. Coffee art. I shook my head thinking about all the people walking around downtown Holiday Junction with a cup of coffee that had a ghost, pumpkin, or spiderweb design floating on top. I clicked back on the email to reread what exactly I'd just gotten myself into. The bell over the office door jingled. "I'm in here," I hollered out of the office into the hall. "Why can't you just stay home?" Mama walked in wearing a black sweater with big orange spiders on it and a pair of orange capri jeans. She also sported dangling spider earrings and an enamel spider bracelet. "I told you I don't want to be bothered right now. Can't you give me some peace?" "I can't even look at you with that on," I whispered and put my hand over my eyes. "Noah, I won't hear of it. You staying normal until the holidays are over. Then we can talk." Mama was talking to my daddy. "Mama, talk to him." I tried to encourage her to hear him out. He'd been driving me crazy since Mama showed up on my doorstep with a few suitcases containing her most valuable possessions. She'd brought news that she and Daddy were getting divorced after all those years of marriage. I couldn't turn her away, and when he started to call me, I couldn't turn him away either. "Don't quit your job." Mama's lips puckered, and the lines deepened around them as she threatened him. "Do you hear me, Noah? Don't you dare quit your job. No, sir." She continued to fuss. I got up from my desk to leave the office, where Mama had planted herself in a chair while arguing with Daddy on the phone, and walked down the hall to where the small kitchen had recently been remodeled. The office was basically an old, dilapidated sea cottage owned by Rhett Strickland. Since his family owned the Junction Journal, and pretty much most of Holiday Junction, I talked them into converting the old sea cottage into the office where I could come and work anytime. The office was in their home, if that told you anything about the failing paper that barely had a heartbeat when I'd moved here. My idea turned out to be somewhat good. The numbers of people checking the paper online for the daily updates had gone up, and so had the sales of the paper version we printed once a week. As long as the profit margin's trajectory went up, I felt I had some job security. Plus, I'd added the weekly column from the Merrymaker. Marge and Louise, the Junction Journal owners, were beyond pleased I'd scored such an exclusive. Little did they know I was the Merrymaker. "Of all times for your father to call," Mama said, a hint of annoyance in her southern drawl as it projected down the hall. "I told him I'd call him after Halloween." The tone of her voice held so much glee that I wondered if she was taking some enjoyment in her little cat-and-mouse game. "Mama," I addressed her when she walked into the kitchen. She looked like the holiday display for the Emily's Treasures clothing boutique. "Are you playing with Daddy?" "Playing?" Mama pressed her lips together. She gave me one hard stare before she shimmied over to the coffee pot and filled up one of my mugs. "I don't know what you're talking about, Violet. Your daddy won't give me my space like I told him to." "If you don't call several states away from him space, I'm not sure how you define it, Mama." It was rare for me to talk to her like that, and I'd had it up to here with them both dragging me into their web. "That's not for your pretty little head to worry with." Mama shrugged and passed by me. "Now, what is this about a ghost walk?" "How did you know about it?" I asked and followed her down with a mug of freshened up coffee. "I read it on your computer while your daddy was saying something about holiday season and whatever." He just has to look in the attic and find the boxes with the holiday written on them to find any decorations. She rambled on about whatever it was she and Daddy had been fussing over. Anyways, aren't you excited about the ghost walk? That's the problem. I groaned and sat down at the desk where the invitation to the ghost walk was staring me in the face, taunting me. It'll be fun. And she moseyed over, leaned in really close as if someone was around to hear, and whispered, "We can figure out where the holiday will end because you're the you-know-what." Shh! My finger flew up to my mouth. What? She took a couple of steps back. It's not like anyone is here, and no one would ever suspect you're the merrymaker. Not by choice, but by chance and obligation, I'd been named the merrymaker. The responsibility and feeling should have gone with the suggested name, but at the moment, I wasn't feeling too merry. Halloween made me feel quite the opposite, which boosted my gumption to sneak out of the Jubilee Inn at night, tiptoe through the streets, and try to find my way through the woods to Vern McKenna's shed. There he painted up a large piece of wood in the shape of and with the face of a big, jolly jack-o'-lantern. We can't talk about that. I refused to tell Mama anything about the merrymaker, even though she'd found out I was the secret jolly cheer spreader by accident. I'd come to the village by emergency airplane landing and never left. Mama came to town because I was here. That was when she dropped the bomb about her and my dad getting divorced, then decided she was staying here with me. When she'd gotten herself into a little pickle the night I'd picked up the painted sign, I'd had to come to her rescue, and she'd put 2 and 2 together. One problem. She and I weren't alone. Darren Strickland, my boss's son, and the local sheriff's son was also with me. Though he didn't want any part of the merrymaker position, and had to wonder how the 200-year-old tradition had been passed to someone who lived in the town for only a few months. He was now my fellow merrymaker. There weren't clear rules about the merrymaker. The only rules were these. No one could know, and there had to be a person-sized sign in the shape of the holiday planted in the area where the merrymaker wanted the holiday's last hurrah to take place. No one had ever known if co-merrymakers existed, but I decided on that rule when Darren caused Mama to find out about my secret identity. Playing the part had been fun up until Halloween, which brought me right back to where we were now, hours away from a private screening of the Ghost Walk. I was already feeling faint. Oh, look, it's Darren. Mama hurried out of the office and back to the front door. I'm so glad you're here, Mama said to Darren. You've got to talk some sense into her. I heard her tell him before they turned to walk into the office. I can't help it if I can't stand Halloween. I tried not to stare too much at Darren. We'd had a few of what I called moments since I'd moved here, and those were outside of the co-merrymaker gig I forced him to take part in. It was almost difficult for me to avoid getting lost in his dimples when he flashed his charming smile, or in the dark eyes against his olive skin. Something about a dark-haired man sent my heart into orbit. Regardless, no matter how good the man looked, I still wasn't going to let him talk me into liking Halloween.
How on earth do you not like Halloween? You can dress up and be anyone you want for the night. No one would even know it's you.
He had a point.
It makes it easy to be the merrymaker.
I gestured between Darren and Mama. And if memory serves me right, it's your turn to figure out where the end of the holiday party will be." "I had a thought," Mama chimed in. "What about somewhere on the ghost walk?"
"That's a perfect idea."
Darren smacked his hands together and rubbed them against each other vigorously. He had a very contagious grin. His dark eyes and brows danced with a joy at my uneasiness. "Wait, have you two forgotten I don't like Halloween, including ghost walks?" My cheeks puffed out and filled with frustrated air, which I let seep out of my mouth in one long, steady, nerve-wracking stream. Why on earth would I want the holiday to end where there could be potential ghosts we'd have to deal with for the entire evening?
"Fine."
Darren looked out the window and at the sea. He wore a long-sleeved plaid shirt rolled up at the cuffs, a pair of baggy, wrinkled khakis, and a pair of tennis shoes.
"What if I call Herschel and Hazel Lynn and tell them I'm going to come with you and Millie Kay on behalf of my mom? You know, part of the journal to make sure she'd agree to such a piece."
Deal. Mama wasn't going to pass up any sort of possible new adventures. "This is going to be fun." Mama's numerous Halloween baubles on her armful of bracelets jingled together as she rubbed her own hands together. She leaned in a little closer. Out of the side of her mouth, she whispered, "He's got that new car smell." I jerked around and gave her the side eye. In her oh-so-southern way, she was letting me know Darren seemed to be available, and it was exciting when you smelled that new car scent. Everyone knew what that smell was, and it was an exciting one.
"I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?"
Darren asked Mama. "She said let's go." I stood there looking at my mama, who I didn't recognize, and Darren, who I recognized all too well. Chapter 2. The trolley had routes all over Holiday Junction, and Darren had suggested taking it, even though Mama wanted to drive her golf cart. Word around town was to keep an eye out for Millie K. Rhinehammer and her golf cart.
"I'm not risking my life,"
he whispered to me in rushed words, so Mama couldn't hear him after he'd made up some sort of excuse about needing to make sure the mechanics of the trolley were working. I guessed Mama fell for it. "How's the mechanics been working today?" Mama asked Goldie Bennett as soon as she got on and stuck her nickels into the slot to pay for her ride.
"Mechanics?"
Goldie drew back with a snarl.
"What in the world are you talking about?" "Millie."
Darren put his finger up to his mouth.
"You can't say it out loud or the other passengers will get scared and think something is wrong."
He slipped his money into the slot, getting the go-ahead from Goldie. "Something is wrong." Mama's eyes grew big. "The mechanics." "I assure you the mechanics are fine for where we're going, Mama." I sucked in a deep breath and my cheeks puffed out when I exhaled. "How's Joey, Chance, and Lizzie?" I asked Goldie about her grandchildren. "You know." She looked at me from underneath a visor with its clear orange bill. It complemented her jack-o'-lantern earrings, matching necklace, multiple jiggly bracelets, and the pumpkin sweatshirt she was wearing. I was 100% positive Goldie had gotten all her attire from Emily's Treasures, too.
"Them kiddos keep me and Elvin young, if it isn't one sport after the other. And now Lizzie has started a new dance session at the Groove and Go. But they are excited about the pumpkin painting and the costume party. Which reminds me, when are you going to get the calendar of events posted on the Junction Journal website?"
Goldie was so proud of her grandchildren, as she should have been. Of course, I asked her every time I saw her, so I already knew their schedule probably better than she did. But my southern manners inspired me to ask. Plus, Mama was with me, and I'd get the subtle pinch from her if I didn't show the manners she taught me growing up. Even though I was a grown-up, Mama would tell me that I wasn't too big to be mothered. We're on our way now to do the ghost walk, so I'll make sure Violet gets that calendar up today. Mom had even started to answer for me. Darren snickered. I didn't find it too amusing. I love your pumpkins. Mama sat on the trolley bench right behind Goldie. Where'd you get them?
Emily's Treasures has a whole table full of Halloween jewelry. If you want some for Thanksgiving and Christmas, you'll have to act fast when she puts them out because people gobble those up within minutes of Emily opening her doors.
Goldie knew all the ins and outs of everyone and their business in this town. If I needed to know something or check out a fact for the paper, I knew I had to ride the trolley.
Have you driven through the village and seen all the fun for Halloweenie?
Goldie asked Mama. Have I? Mama asked sarcastically. I've even got decorations for the new house me and Violet bought over on Hart Way.
You mean the one on the corner?
Goldie turned the trolley up the road going away from the sea, which took us the long way round Holiday Junction.
The one with the little building in the backyard?
Yep, that's the one. The little building is Violet's apartment. Mom and I had put a contract on the home a few months ago, but were just now able to take it over per the contract. We'd been living in a motel room at the Jubilee Inn that suited us just fine. Violet don't like Halloween, but it's part of her job to go on these ghost walks. I had no idea why Mama felt the need to tell everyone my business.
But what you gonna do? It comes with the job. Nora and I were just talking about the pumpkin carving contest at the library. Right, Nora?
Goldie called out to the woman sitting next to me. That's right. Not unless you decide to join the Holiday Junction Planning Committee. Nora LaBelle was someone I'd seen at the library a couple of times when I'd gone in there for research, but no one ever formally introduced me to her. At least that's what they told me when I complained about them hosting the contest in the library. She stuck her tongue out. What if guts get all over my books? She had a point. Nora was probably a smidgen older than me. Maybe not yet 30, but close. The purple long-sleeved knit shirt she wore made her blue eyes sparkle. Or maybe that was because of the friendly smile on her face. I'm Violet. I've seen you a few times at the library. I turned slightly to say hello. Yeah, I've seen you in there a few times. And of course we have people coming in the library all the time wanting to read the newspaper. I tell them to subscribe online. I love how you do a daily update plus the section where you list the events of each festival. Clearly, she'd been online to see the Junction Journal's new format. I elbowed Darren. Did you hear that? I asked him. You can tell your mama people come in daily to read the Junction Journal online. Nora said she liked it too. Marge and Louise Strickland owned the Junction Journal. Louise was Darren's mama, so hearing Nora's compliment from him would make her take notice. If I told her, she'd just think I was making sure they would continue to pay to keep the journal online. It was hard to get the older generation to go online for their news when all they really wanted to do was sit at a table with a cup of coffee, possibly dunking a cookie in the liquid while reading a physical newspaper. I understood that as a journalist and still loved the paper version. That was why I still had the printing press owned by Clara and Garnet Ness print a weekly run. How does one get on the planning committee? Mama's interest was piqued. Goldie, Mama, and Nora talked about the committee while I turned around and looked at the open trolley's windows. Goldie had turned down Main Street at the far end, where the houses stood like grand pieces of art. They were old brick homes, each with a couple of acres. The buildings were majestic and screamed wealth. The gates keeping out the riffraff like me were a telltale sign that rich people lived in those houses. Darren's family numbered among those rich people. Some of the houses had fodder shocks on each side of their gates, gathered at the center with a festive bow, while others included hay bales with all sorts of pumpkins and gourds as decorations. We passed Darren's parents' compound, where a few other family members had occupied a couple of houses on the property. They had a large display of 6 ghosts in a circle holding hands around a fake flaming cauldron, as if they were telling a ghost story. I shivered and quickly turned away, only to see we were passing the cemetery. Even that place had a pumpkin with a carved, scary face stuck right down on the pointer of an entrance's fence post. One after the other, the house's front lawns were already decorated for the frightful month. They ranged from single ghosts and goblins to simple fall decorations like hay bales, which were more my speed. "Are you ready for the big kickoff?" Nora asked Darren.
I'll be putting the bulbs in tonight and testing them out for the next few days. I can't let the village down.
He smiled. "You like this crazy holiday, don't you?" I asked him. I never pegged Darren to be sentimental about anything, much less how putting orange bulbs in the lighthouse beacon would affect him.
"Holiday Park!"
Goldie screamed as she brought the trolley to a stop, then opened the door. The seat beneath her groaned as she turned around to make sure we were all getting up.
"Saved by the ghost walk,"
Darren teased, since he didn't have to answer my question now. "I'll see you later this afternoon," I told Nora when I got to my feet. "I need to stop by and look at the archived photos from previous Halloweens." "Sure. I'll get them pulled up for you." Nora seemed excited to have something to do. Mama and Darren had gotten off the trolley and waited for me on the sidewalk in front of Holiday Park. Main Street dead-ended into Holiday Park. The park was magnificent. In its center was a huge lake. You could take a swan-shaped paddle boat out on it as well as fish, or just sit on one of the many benches around it. Holiday Park also had a fountain about 12 feet in diameter and a 2-foot-deep pool with 4 ceramic swans spouting water from their mouths. The top of the fountain was a large ceramic water can ever so slightly tipped over with water pouring out of it. Furthermore, the park had an amphitheater where the village players, the local acting troupe, loved to put on plays when the weather permitted. Mama had joined the leading ladies, a small but mighty group of women who worked with the village players, and also hosted their own events like afternoon teas, community yard sales, and much more.
"It looks like everyone is getting ready for the big month ahead."
Darren had a little too much excitement in his voice. He looked at me with a sly grin as he tried to poke the bear, but I wouldn't let him. "Yes," I smacked my hands together. "Let's get this awesome ghost walk over, shall we?" I pointed at the fountain where I could see Herschel standing in costume, Hazel Lynn next to him. She had one of the cardboard drink carriers in her hands.
"Welcome to a hair-raising encounter with the spirited side of Holiday Junction."
Herschel stood behind Hazel Lynn as she gave Mama, Darren, and me one of her coffee concoctions. Herschel was in a top hat, black coattails, and a bow tie with ghosts on it. He had a cane and a gaslight lantern he held up to his eyes. I thought it was for effect, as was the deeper tone in his already deep voice. His eyes shifted before they settled on the most excited member of our party of 3, Mama.
Today, we will be visited by unresolved affairs throughout Holiday Junction.
Herschel jerked up. Mama squealed in delight and clapped her hands together.
Which are many.
Hazel Lynn wasn't in costume yet, though she did have one of those plastic black spider rings on her pointer finger. Now we're going to open it up with something like that, Hazel Lynn said directly to me. What do you think? Me? I put a hand up to my chest. Yes, we want your opinion so you can write up a good review for the walk so everyone will participate. Hazel Lynn's thick brows knitted and her lips pressed together. Remember, we asked you to do an article, so we invited you so you could write it up properly. Yes, I was thinking, I gestured to Mama and Darren. We were going to get the full ghost walk, but I'm fine with you just telling me a couple of stories right here before it gets dark, and we can call it good. No way. Mama stomped a foot. Violet, you've said it yourself. In order to write a good piece, you have to feel it in the depths of your soul. Put yourself into the situation.
Just like you did on the airplane ride that brought you to Holiday Junction.
Darren snickered. I shot him a look. He grinned, lifting his hands up and backing away. Mama, that's different. That's real stories, I muttered on the other side of my smile through gritted teeth.
I beg your pardon. These are real stories.
Herschel's facial muscles went slack.
As real as you feel them in your soul.
At the sounds of a horse braying and hooves on the ground, I jumped out of the way just in time. A horse trotted past, bearing someone dressed as the Headless Horseman. A shiver crawled along my spine as the horseman's shoulders shifted sideways as though he was looking at me, even though, of course, I couldn't see the eyes.
You should see your face.
Darren burst out laughing and gave Herschel a whack on the biceps with the back of his hand.
Good one. That was just by chance. We didn't have anyone dress up and do it, but it was a good one.
Herschel's face lit up in delight.
Even in the bright sunshine, you seem too nervous.
Funny. My voice was flat, and I looked at both of them with a narrow-eyed stare. Let's just get this over with. Oh, honey, Mama's right here if you get scared. She put her hand out. She might have been teasing when she said she was by my side, but I felt a sense of comfort with her there. I wasn't so sure Darren, Herschel, or Hazel Lynn would be as comforting. Herschel spoke in his scary, deep voice while we walked around the fountain. He pointed in the air at nothing as he spoke of the ghost wisping by. Hazel Lynn would jump, hold her heart, and gasp for effect.
Of course there's not a ghost, but in the dark, people won't know.
Hazel Lynn snickered. To keep my mind off the stories Herschel was telling, I pretended to take notes on my phone. In reality, I was checking social media and looking at the Junction Journal website dashboard for the updated stats in case I ran into Marge and Louise at the park. Violet, Mama gasped, grabbing me around my elbow. What? I jerked up from my phone. We have to go to the Bubbly Boutique. She pointed at the tent across from us. There was a chalkboard sign in front of the vendor.
You'll have to go another time,
Hazel Lynn said under her breath just as Mama was about to take off. That's right, Mama. I grabbed the hem of her sweater so she couldn't get any farther away. You said you were going to be right by my side on this ghost walk, remember? We passed the caramel popcorn stand. A mix of salt and sweetness flooded underneath my nose. I took a big whiff, which lifted a grin to my face. I was definitely going to get a big bag when I came back to enjoy the festival on my terms.
No, I mean she'll have to go to the physical bubbly boutique shop because Peter Hale revoked her vendor's license this morning,
Hazel Lynn said in a hushed tone and glanced at Herschel. He'd been telling his ghost tales to a very interested Darren, allowing Mama, Hazel Lynn, and me to hang back a little. Good for me, because I didn't care to listen, though I would still write a nice article. There was nothing to dislike about the ghost walk. It was family-friendly, and everyone was around, so it didn't seem so scary. Granted, that could be because the ghost walk was in daylight. But all the lights on the vendor tents would provide enough light at night to make it an activity for all ages.
I know you two don't know me well, and I'm not one to gossip,
Hazel Lynn said, establishing that right off. She walked around a bale of hay. Someone was sticking a family of scarecrows there and setting pumpkins, gourds, and mums at the base. I pinched my lips together to avoid smiling.
But Peter Hill and Nettie got into somewhat of an argument.
Hazel Lynn's brows rose and her forehead wrinkled like a little bulldog's.
I'm being kind when I say somewhat, because there was some name-calling, and some of those names weren't very nice. Peter don't give two squashes what someone calls him, but when Nettie hollered out that she wasn't going to vote him in for re-election, that got Peter's pumpkin rolling.
Is re-election this year? I questioned.
It sure is.
Her facial features squashed together.
Remember, you're in Holiday Junction. We do things a little differently around here.
You'd think candidates would want to put an ad in the paper. I was always trying to come up with different ways to get a little extra money going to the Junction Journal instead of relying on subscriptions. Something you could talk to Peter about. Mama twisted her head around. Hazel Lynn, which one is he? Mama tossed her empty coffee cup in the next garbage can we passed. Even the garbage can couldn't just be a garbage can. It was painted orange, like a pumpkin, with black triangle eyes, an upside-down triangle nose, and a toothy smile. All these things I made sure to note on my phone app so I could write about the festival's special little details.
I haven't seen him since he and Nettie got into the fight. He darted off toward the lighthouse.
She fluttered her hands in the air.
Something about the lighthouse. But Nettie did come in this morning very early. Much earlier than normal for a cup of coffee, and...
She drew her lips in. The lines between her eyes creased, as did the ones on her forehead.
Nettie was in the same clothes as yesterday. She never wears the same thing twice.
What is it about the bubbly boutique? I quickly typed the shop's name and Nettie's in the notes. It was something I'd explore later when I wrote the article on the upcoming election. I knew nothing about this matter, so when Hazel Lynn mentioned it, I knew it was an article I could dig my teeth into, making this little ghost walk adventure worth all the anxiety and fear I'd had around it. All the tension fell off me as we talked about the election. I didn't even realize we'd started down the path toward the lighthouse until Mama mentioned the carriage lights.
Isn't that adorable?
Mama pointed at the large plastic pumpkins that fit over the carriage lights perfectly.
Yes, at night when it's dark, the lights make the pumpkins glow, so it's a lot spookier then.
Hazel Ann was proud of the lights, and by rights she should have been. They were cute. She and Herschel didn't skimp on the decorations along the walk either.
Nettie loves New Year's and everything about it.
Hazel Ann continued to talk with her hands. She waved and flailed them in perfect time with her words.
You know, the whole new beginning, fresh start, yada yada.
I love a good fresh start. Mama nodded and pointed out the wall with the witch hanging off it. The backside to us as though the witch had flown straight into the wall. That's why I'm here. Mama, not now. I didn't feel like hearing about her and Daddy. Did she listen to me? Well, no. I'm getting divorced. It rolled off her tongue like she'd been practicing saying it for years. When my Violet moved here for her fresh start, I knew I could too. Mine wasn't a fresh start, I reminded her. I moved here because I didn't have a job after I couldn't leave here.
You make a perfect addition to Holiday Junction.
Hazel Ann continued to point things out on the path so I could make note of them. This one was a rubber rat that was about the size of a dog. This kind of scariness was about my speed. I was feeling pretty good about the ghost walk, until the clap of the horse's hooves echoed behind us. The horse let out a bray and reared up on its back legs, while the headless horseman lifted his sword in the air with a fake and bloody head stuck to the point. Then he darted off toward the lighthouse. He's a good one, Mama clapped in delight. Herschel and Darren turned around, both amused by the actor on the horse. Darren gave me a subtle wink. I gulped. Mama squeaked a little, obviously having seen Darren's gesture. I think he's scary. The goosebumps curled up my arm from the horse's hooves clapping off in the distance. Let's talk about the boutique, I whispered, because Herschel had gone back to telling another story I had no interest in hearing. Hazel Ann gave me the one-finger gesture to hold on so Herschel didn't get wind we weren't listening.
Welcome to the spooky graveyard.
When he said graveyard, it was enough to raise the hairs on my neck.
We have the ghost of Halloween past.
He lifted the lantern in one hand and tapped the freestanding vampire-style wooden coffin with the cane. The spooky graveyard consisted mainly of cut-out styrofoam tombstones with different epitaphs written on them. Some of them were funny and pun-based. When we got to another freestanding vampire-style wooden coffin, Herschel stopped.
Here lies Halloween future.
The tone of his voice dove 3 octaves deeper.
I want you to see what's in store for Holiday Junction.
He gave the front of the coffin 3 hard taps with the cane. This is going to be so good. Mama bounced on her toes in anticipation.
It looks so much scarier at night. Herschel has a really good shifty, spooky eye effect along with that voice.
Hazel Ann's shoulders lifted to her ears in delight.
It's supposed to open on the 3rd one.
Herschel turned a couple of shades red. He gave it another good college try.
Here lies Halloween future.
The tone of his voice wasn't only deeper, but louder. Much louder.
I want you to see what's in store for Holiday Junction.
This time, the harder knocks of the cane did the trick. The door slowly opened, and I would have to say it was a good effect. Then the dummy fell out, face forward, a knife sticking out of its back. Is that blood? I asked when I noticed something that looked like real blood dripping from the knife.
That's an added extra, and so real.
Hazel Lynn couldn't contain the excited squeak in her voice.
I didn't do that.
Herschel's voice cracked. I smiled at the effect because it looked so real.
You got us. This is pretty real looking.
Darren patted Herschel on the back.
It was supposed to be a Jack-in-the-Box clown.
Herschel couldn't take his eyes off the dummy.
You know, for a good scream.
Herschel wasn't joking. The realization this wasn't what was supposed to happen on the ghost walk sank in. I think it is real. I took a step closer to see the knife sticking out of the man's back. And that sure does look like real blood. With a grave look on my face, I stared at Darren. Call your dad. Darren stepped away, and I could hear him, though his voice sounded muffled. I couldn't focus on what he was saying to his dad, Chief Matthew Strickland, and process if this was a crime scene.
Herschel, what is going on here?
Hazel Lynn's voice had gone from calm to hysterical.
What is happening? I don't know, Hazel Lynn,
Herschel said, his words coming out statically.
You tell me.
He pulled off his top hat, and sweat beaded on his forehead.
You're the one who put the Jack-in-the-Box in there a little bit ago. It was your idea.
I put them out of my head and inspected the man more closely. Streams of blood forked off down the man's side and pooled in the grass. I bent down to get a look at the blood, then carefully reached to check his pulse. "What are you doing?" Mama gasped, reaching for me when I put my fingers on the man's wrist. "Making sure he's dead." My gaze slid past my shoulders, setting the mood for what was surely going to be a hexed night ahead. Chapter 3. Every single crunch of a fallen leaf made the five of us jump, even though we were standing there with Chief Strickland and a couple of deputies. Chief Strickland had not yet done anything with the body other than rope off the entire path from Holiday Park to the beach. He made Mama, Darren, Herschel, Hazel Lynn, and me sit down on the concrete pathway about 20 feet from what I was calling a crime scene.
We do not know if it's a crime scene.
Chief Strickland insisted we wait until Curtis Robinson, the coroner, showed up. Clearly, he didn't reach behind his own back with a knife and jab it in far enough to kill himself, Matthew. Mama called him by his first name, which I'd not really done yet.
I hate to inform you, as I have your daughter.
He slid a glance at me, then gave Darren a hard stare.
But we do things differently here in Holiday Junction. Not like where you come from.
He sucked in a deep breath and muttered under his freshly grown beard and mustache, new to his look.
Wherever it is you come from.
Pardon me? Mama moved her head and tilted her chin up just enough that she appeared to have an air about herself.
Just stay right there.
His annoyed tone wasn't unnoticed, but it did make Mama smile. I think I got his goat. Mama nudged me and wiggled her brows. Who do you think it is? She asked Herschel.
I don't know.
He held his top hat to his chest and leaned over to talk to me.
You aren't going to put this in your review, are you?
Are you kidding? Mama spoke with pride. This is what my Violet would call a front page story. I wouldn't say it was front page. I tried to be nice and sugarcoat it, But Mama was having none of that. Why, yes, it will be. Mama acted as though she had a say in the matter. This will bring sales up quicker than a jackrabbit. I didn't say I wasn't going to make it a front-page story. My words put a worried expression on Herschel's face, but I'll be sure to put the review of the Ghost Walk right after it.
Are you going to leave out the part about the cemetery find?
Hazel Ann lifted her hand, held it close to her body, and pointed at the body like no one knew what she was asking me. I can leave out a lot of the details, I nodded. None of that matters. Mama stood up and brushed herself off. What we need to do is come up with why this happened so we can have Halloweenie. This could cause things to go south real fast. She arched her back a few times before curling her body to each side in a good stretch. The sight must have been appealing to all of us because we all stood up too. But the only stretching I did was craning my neck to see the source of the squeaking that came from the direction of Holiday Park. All of us stared down the concrete path. We all held our breath and let out collective sighs of relief when Curtis and another person from the coroner's office came pushing the church cart down the path. That doesn't add to the scene, Mama said sarcastically as the eerie wheels cried with each turn. You need to oil up them wheels, she told Curtis as he passed by. He paid her no attention, but Herschel and Hazel Ann snickered. Mama and the Hudsons started to talk about the various reasons someone would do such a thing to someone, which I did want to know, but I was more interested in what Chief Strickland and Curtis were saying, so I tuned them out.
What do you think?
After I overheard Chief Strickland ask Curtis this question, I gnawed on my lips and turned my body slightly away from the officer. Darren gave a little head gesture to make sure I was listening.
There's no wounds to his chest or cuts to his arms or hands.
Curtis was bent over the body, shielding any view of the victim's face.
He didn't put up a fight.
Curtis was able to tell all of that from just observing the body lying there.
Didn't see it coming, perhaps?
Curtis made it sound like whoever stabbed Peter had snuck up on him.
Time of death?
Chief asked.
About 8 to 12 hours ago, just by the way the blood coagulated around the wound.
He wasn't given a true time of death, just the initial estimate and covering himself if we were wrong.
Here's his wallet and ID. I guess you should probably pay Vicky a visit.
Hazel Ann let out an audible cry. What? I asked.
Did he say Vicky?
Her eyes filled with tears.
That's Peter Hill's wife. Is that Peter Hill?
Frantically, her hands moved in front of her before her fingers pointed in the body's direction. Her hands were shaking so much, the legs on the plastic spider ring looked like they were moving. Chapter 4.
You honestly amaze me.
Darren didn't seem to mean it in a good sort of way at all.
You loathe anything Halloween, yet thrive on murders.
He whispered so his dad, who was walking over, didn't hear us. I love a good story, and murder, well, I snorted. You can't top that.
You too.
Chief Strickland pointed at me and then at Darren before he moved his fingers a little farther down to point.
Over there.
Mama looked at me. I looked at her and shrugged. What's going on with his face? I couldn't help but ask Darren on our way over to his dad.
The beard and mustache are what he calls his winter wear.
Darren whispered out of the corner of his mouth.
He says it's like a woman who changes out her wardrobe seasonally. He lets his facial hair grow during the winter months.
Okay. If we were in a much different situation, I would have laughed at this, but the mood was not one which snickering was appropriate.
I shouldn't be surprised that you're here,
Chief Strickland said to me.
But now you...
He gave Darren a hard look.
Darren
began, but his dad put his hand up. Chief Strickland. I was going to tell him all about it, but he stopped me too.
It doesn't look like you're going anywhere anytime soon. And my wife said so too, so you can call me Matthew from now on,
he said.
Tell me why you, Millie Kay, and you are here. I understand why the Hudsons would be here, but why you?
First off, let me tell you that Halloween is not my favorite holiday. From the reaction my words inspired in Matthew, you'd think I'd run over to Peter Hill's body, pulled out the knife from his back, and stabbed the chief himself. I'm sorry it's not. So I've been avoiding the Hudsons' calls and emails asking me to come to the ghost walk so I could write it up in the paper. I looked at Darren. No thanks to him and Mama. They talked me into coming here today during daylight hours to do the ghost walk, and they would come with me for moral support. Matthew looked at his son.
That is true,
Darren confirmed. We took the trolley straight here and met the Hudsons by the fountain in Holiday Park. They told ghost stories along the way and then talked about Nettie. My face jerked wide awake with my eyes popping open and my jaw dropping. I snapped my fingers, then shook my pointer finger at no one in particular. Nettie. Bubbly Boutique.
What are you talking about?
Matthew's body froze. Hazel Lynn told Mama and me about Nettie's boutique. I wasn't being clear. When we started down the path, Mama noticed Bubbly Boutique's vendor booth. Nettie was packing things up. Hazel Lynn told us Nettie and Peter Hill got into a fight after he told her she wasn't complying with the Holiday Junction Planning Committee rules. That was when she told him she wasn't voting for him. He was then seen going to the path to the lighthouse.
Nettie made it clear she wasn't happy with his decision.
Darren was getting the hang of this sleuthing stuff.
Peter left to go check on my house, and Nettie was mad. She followed him, and when no one was looking, not even Peter, she stabbed him.
But could she pick him up and put him in the coffin? I asked Darren.
Whoa with the accusations.
Matthew stopped us.
Hazel Lynn heard the argument?
He'd taken out his little notepad and pen so he could jot down what we were saying. I can't remember if she heard it or overheard it. Either way, I wagged my finger in the air. They had a fight. He stopped her from selling her items, which would probably make her a pretty penny. Not only would he make her look like a fool, he also would hurt her bottom line.
Those are two very good reasons to kill someone.
Darren was glowing with excitement, which only fueled me even more to find out who murdered Peter Hill, even if it wasn't Nettie.
Okay, you two. That's enough. I never even said the body was Peter Hill.
Matthew's lips pressed together. We heard you tell Curtis you were going to have to call Vicky, so it wasn't hard to put two and two together. I lifted 2 fingers in the air and rotated my wrist back and forth.
I'm not going to have Nettie's reputation ruined over some hearsay, but I will go see her to make sure she didn't do it.
His body stiffened, but he never confirmed it was Peter Hill, nor did he deny it.
Did either of you see anyone walk down the path while you were doing the ghost walk?
We both shook our heads.
Hear anything?
He asked us. We shook our heads again. We were standing here, and Herschel was telling us about the cemetery, then gave it a good hard knock. That was when Peter fell out,
I never said it was Peter Hill,
he insisted, right as Curtis was pushing the gurney past us with the body bag on top.
I'm taking Peter down to the morgue. Are you going to call Vicky?
Curtis asked Matthew. You didn't say it was Peter, but he did, I pointed out. But it didn't land so well on Matthew. His cheeks puffed out before he blew out some air.
I'll go see her,
he finally confirmed to Curtis. I gave Curtis a friendly smile when he looked at me and started to push the cart past us and up the path. Don't forget about oiling those wheels, I heard Mama call out to him when he passed her and the Hudsons.
If you remember anything, let me know. For right now, this is between us until I can get the rest of the statements and go see Vicky. It's not right for her to hear about Peter or read about him online.
Matthew really wasn't talking to Darren. He directed his next moves toward me.
This is not a homicide.
Yet, I muttered loudly enough for him to hear me. Fine, I groaned. What time can I expect a statement? Part of the job, and you benefit from it.
Are we talking the amateur sleuthing job, the Junction Journal job, or the
Darren was about to let it slip that I was the merrymaker before I gave him a good elbow punch to his gut. I need to be at any sort of press conference if you're going to be giving one, I said.
I'll do the press conference tomorrow morning in front of the fountain. It will give me time to go see Vicky, get Curtis's initial report, and figure out the status of Halloweenie with the Holiday Junction Planning Committee.
Matthew had his plan in place, and now I needed to get mine figured out.
You two don't mention this to anyone. I'm going to interview the Hudsons and Millie Kay, so you can go.
Matthew cleared his throat and took a few steps toward the Hudsons and Mama.
Millie Kay?
He waved her over. You go back to the office. Mama quirked an eyebrow. It was her way of letting me know she was ready to get going on this case. What on earth have I turned her into? I jokingly asked Darren. He replied with a snort. When we walked past the open coffin, I wondered where the jack-in-the-box Herschel had mentioned had gone. Herschel, I got his attention when I approached. You said you had Hazel Lynn put a jack-in-the-box in the coffin.
He did. I did,
Hazel Lynn confirmed.
I don't see it anywhere either.
That means whoever killed Peter must have taken out the jack-in-the-box. There were so many reasons we needed to find this piece of decoration. Whoever killed Peter has it, or had it. We need to find it.
Keep your eyes open,
Darren told the eager couple.
Call me if you see anything.
We left the Hudsons and Mama behind with Matthew. Let's take the path to the lighthouse, I told Darren. Keep your eyes peeled for anything out of the ordinary. Slowly we took the path and tried to distinguish what was a decoration from the Hudson's ghost walk and what wasn't, making it very difficult to see anything that the potential killer would have left behind. You take that side of the path, and I'll take this side. I studied the grass in muddy spots since it had been raining on and off the past few weeks, and the normal dirt along the path was still wet. When we got to the sandy part of the dunes just before the beach, the sand was in clumps, but the fresh horse hoof prints weren't. The Headless Horseman, I blurted out. We forgot about the Headless Horseman. It didn't surprise me to realize Darren and I had both forgotten to mention it to Matthew. When you had a traumatic experience, such as finding a dead body, it wasn't unusual to block certain things from your mind for a little bit. Those little details would come back, but it might take years.
I think we need to go tell him.
Darren started to turn around, and I stopped him. It can wait. He's got a lot to do, and if we can figure out who the horseman was, we can probably go there, find the jack-in-the-box, and then tell your dad. I didn't want to confront a killer. I just wanted the story for the front page of tomorrow's Junction journal. I took my cell phone out and started to snap photos of the horse's hoofprints. Who around here has a horse? I asked.
I don't know, but I do know the Headless Horseman hasn't been to Halloweenie in a few years. Like a lot of years.
Darren made my thoughts swirl so fast I couldn't keep up with all of them. Why now? I started to sputter the thoughts as they came so I wouldn't lose them. Why Peter? Why 8 to 12 hours ago? When was the fight between Nettie and Peter?
All good questions that we aren't going to solve until we check them out.
Darren and I walked down the path. Yeah, you're right. But where do we start? I stepped off the concrete path and onto the sand.
I think we should start by eating something. I'm starving and I can't think.
Darren smiled.
What about the Freedom Diner?
Sounds delicious. Suddenly, my stomach growled. After that, we need to go see Vern McKenna.
We?
Darren waved his hand no.
That is all you. Besides, I've got to go to work.
The jiggle joint, I snorted. Work.
Everyone around here thinks my bar isn't a legit business and my job. I'm tired of it.
Darren released a theatrical groan.
Yes, we might have a couple of dancers, and yes, we serve only alcohol. But people love it, and I love it.
Fine, but you got me into this merrymaker mess, and you are going to be the co-merrymaker. Though Darren had protested many times about my decision for him to join me as the co-merrymaker over the past few months, I'd never given in. That means you and I have to go see Vern together.
I already told you that I don't want to be co-anything. Nothing.
His hands gestured a clean slate in the air. I could tell by the sand whipping up from the backs of the heels of his tennis shoes that he was stomping. Too bad. You're helping. And you almost said merrymaker back there with your dad. You can't do that. It was a shame I, the new citizen, was able to keep the 200-year-old secret better than the man who grew up in Holiday Junction.
You're not letting me out of this, are you?
He stopped walking and faced me as soon as we got to the street where all the seaside shops, including his bar and the diner, were located. Not a chance. I gave a good shrug and walked past him toward the diner in silence until we got there. A cemetery scene with gray tombstones, a few ghosts, and a tree with empty branches was painted on the front windows of the diner. Orange and black flags hung along the diner's roof, flickering from the natural ocean breeze.
Hey, you two,
Palmer Lustig said to us from across the diner. She was cleaning off a spot at the counter.
Got to right here,
she hollered, pointing at the far end of the bar. Palmer and her husband Nate owned the diner and famous Lustig Spring, a natural running spring on their property. People came from far and wide to get a drink or even fill up a jug from their spring. Just lately, they'd opened the spring to anyone who wanted to enjoy it. I nodded and glanced back at Darren for his approval. We weaved our way around the cafe tables. The diner had good food that ranged from grilled meats to the fried stuff. Plus, Nate made the best desserts. I was from the South, and it was virtually impossible to find anything here that compared. Until I'd tried Nate's amazing pies. Each dessert was as delicious as the other. Naturally, I looked at all the plated pies in the glass rotating pie case when we walked by. My mouth watered. The pumpkin pie looked nice and thick.
Did you hear about the body someone found at Fountain Park?
Palmer had not been privy to the knowledge that we'd found Peter's body. I pulled out the menu from between the Scarecrow salt and pepper shakers without making eye contact with her.
Hold on, you two.
She plucked the menus from our hands, forcing us to look at her.
You,
she gasped, moving her finger between us.
You two found the body, didn't you?
Her narrowed eyes were framed by the stray strands of her fallen salt and pepper hair from the messy bun atop her head. Ghost earrings dangled from her earlobes. She tucked her hands into her apron pockets. Bright orange pumpkins with green vines were embroidered on each one.
I'd like a BLT.
Darren didn't need to look at the menu to know what he wanted.
With fries.
Make it 2, I said to make it easier.
Dish.
She leaned her hip on the edge of the counter.
I want all the details.
She curled her arms.
First, who is it?
Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Darren staring at me. He turned his body slightly and put his elbow on top of the counter, scratching his chin.
Yeah, Violet.
Darren snickered.
Tell her.
No, Darren, you. I picked at the paper napkin and rolled a piece I'd torn off into a ball the size of a BB. Your dad is the chief.
Got me on that one.
He laughed.
Oh, and a Coke,
he said, adding to his order. I'll have one of the cinnamon spice coffees I saw y'all advertise in the Junction Journal.
I'm going to get your drinks, and then you're going to tell me everything,
Palmer warned. She shoved off the counter to go get our drinks.
What is up?
Darren leaned back. His shoe landed on my stool's footrest.
I thought you didn't like Halloween.
I don't, I confirmed and looked away from his dark eyes. They seemed to always pull me in. Right now, I needed to get some food, see Vern McKenna, and get on with finding out as much information I could about Peter Hill.
Then what's up with all the seasonal drinks? One from Brewing Beans and now here.
He used his shoe to rotate my chair around. He was sorely mistaken about my love for fall. I said I don't like Halloween, but I love fall. I pushed my chair around with my hand on the counter and looked at the Halloween garland hanging down from the ceiling and around the diner.
You are something else.
He smiled.
Did you know Nate caters all the Holiday Junction Planning Committee meetings?
How do you know? I asked, knowing exactly what he was getting at.
You do remember how he comes to the bar every day.
He drummed his fingers on the counter.
He also comes to the bar after he drops off all the boxed dinners the committee orders. Says he needs a drink after being there because they all bicker. About everything.
Bickering, huh? My curiosity dinged, which made my little mind run through all sorts of reasons someone would want to murder the committee's president, Peter Hill. Someone from the kitchen yelled for Palmer, and a huge crash followed. All the customers started to clap before a cackle of laughter fell across the cafe.
There go the BLTs,
Palmer screamed from the back before she emerged again from the kitchen.
Nate isn't here today, and he left me in charge of the kitchen. Bad idea. But your food will be up in a minute.
Someone else yelled for her. She tapped the counter.
I'll be back. I want to hear about this body.
She hurried off back into the kitchen. It wasn't too long before they got our BLTs and fries out to us. We must have been starving because we didn't talk while we scarfed down our food. Do you think Palmer is right about the riffraff? My mind turned from the possibility of a disgruntled committee member having done the deed to someone random.
We won't know until you hurry up and eat your pie so I can walk you to Vern's. I have to work.
You're the owner. I forked a piece of the pumpkin pie and slid the edge of it across the whipped cream. My eyes closed as the savory and sweetness hit my taste buds all at once. Delightful. I sighed happily.
I'm also the bartender, the opener, the closer, and the cleaner. Not to mention the businessman who won't have a business because Owen and Sean will take full advantage of being in charge while I come down to the office to see you.
He pulled the sleeve of his plaid shirt up to look at his watch.
Which was about 2 hours ago.
Fine. I stuck the last bite of pie in my mouth and stood up. Darren had laid down enough money for the bill and tip before I could even get my debit card out. You don't need to pay for me.
I asked you to eat. I'm paying.
His tone held zero room for negotiation, and he'd already walked off, which told me not to argue about it.
I'll catch up with you two later,
Palmer yelled across the diner as we left. She's not going to stop, is she? I asked Darren, since he grew up here and knew the Lustigs well.
Not a chance.
Darren held the door for me.
After you.
He gestured me the opposite way of his bar. We'd take the side street away from the ocean and toward the woods where we'd find Vern's shed. Honestly, you can go to the bar. I knew it was getting later and later in the day. The sun was starting to set, and I didn't need to see that beautiful sunset with Darren.
No, I told you I was making sure you were safe. Especially now that there's a killer who could have stabbed Peter, run down to the beach, and started on the very path we're walking right now.
The likelihood of that event happening was unlikely. A shadow of fear passed over me, darkening my features as the very thought played out in my head. If you go, that means you're for sure the co-merrymaker. The little cat-and-mouse game had become a teasing exchange between us. He wrapped his arm around me as we walked along the sidewalk, causing my feet to fumble one over the other. If not for his strong hold on me, I might have fallen and broken an ankle.
You know I won't leave you in a lurch.
He gave me a couple of quick pulls into his chest. The door of Bubbly Boutique swung open, barely missing Darren.
I'm so sorry.
The familiar-looking woman's black hair was pulled back into a neat bun atop her head, and large black sunglasses hid her eyes. She was tall, thin, and striking in her black jumpsuit that left little to the imagination. My, look what we have here. She pulled off the sunglasses and threw a tight smile. Fern. She was the last person I was expected to see today.
This is interesting.
The corners of her eyes drew up, as did her lips.
Are you two an item, or did you get a new job? Fern, don't start.
Darren grabbed my hand and dragged me a little before my body stiffened. He tugged. I dug my heels in.
Don't waste your time, Violet.
I'm guessing you're an item by the looks of the way he took your hand and protected you from little old me. The pumpkin-shaped diamond ring on her finger sparkled as she dramatically placed a flat palm on her chest and let out a dramatic sigh. It was good to see you, Fern. Mama's voice popped into my head. If you can't say nothing nice, come sit by me. I started to laugh so hard, Darren began to snort. Are you two drunk? Fern stuck her long, lanky leg out to the side with her hands planted on her hips.
I don't have time for this.
I've got to help Mom get ready for our own Halloweenie festival." The sudden softening of her features caused me to stop laughing immediately, but I couldn't help give one more little snort. "What?" I asked, and should have just walked like Darren was dragging me to do. "I really love you two together. I mean, Darren is a catch." She talked like he wasn't even there. "Any Strickland is." She rubbed her thumb, pointer, and middle fingers together in the money gesture. "And I'd love to help you update your wardrobe. You know, fit in a little more around here." "What's wrong with my clothes?" I looked down at my jeans and blue and white striped sweater. Sure, I could have stood to run a brush through my long blonde hair, but give me a break. I just found a dead body. "I think you should add a little bling to it for the holiday." Even her tone changed.
"Did you say something about Bubbly Boutique being shut down at the Halloweenie festival?"
Darren asked, giving up on dragging me down the street.
"Darren,"
Fern said, her upbeat tone taking a dramatic shift.
"I can't believe you'd think."
She let the sentence dangle.
"Think you'd do anything to make sure the Bubbly Boutique took the limelight from the entire festival? You bet, sweetie."
His brows winged. "Do you know Nettie?" I wasn't going to count out what she was proposing. I'd had enough skin in this journalist game to be able to sniff out the "if I scratch your back, you'll scratch mine" game.
"Know her?"
She looked down at me with arrogant eyes.
"She's my mother."
Chapter 5.
"Next time there's a crime in Holiday Junction, remind me that you'd make a deal with the devil to solve it."
Darren stomped down the path toward Vern's shed.
Fern is the devil.
And her mother could be Peter's killer. Did I already have to remind him? If I need to deal with a little bit of Fern to get some information from Nettie, I'm going to do it. We'd walked down the neighborhood street and gotten deep into the woods. The sun was penetrating the naked part of the forest, making it much easier for us to see the clear path to Vern's shed. Technically, it was a well-traveled way from the sea to the other side of the woods to the more rural area of Holiday Junction. There were some subdivisions and some houses with a few acres. Vern's wife, Eleni, was a seamstress with a small sewing shop. The twigs snapped under our feet, and the damp smell of wet wood was a far cry from the pumpkin, sugar, and fried food aromas at the Freedom Diner. Both clusters of scent reminded me of the fall. The thought of the cozy weather coming up chased away the sadness of the day's events for just a moment as Vern's shed came into sight. It was a secret shed where Vernon Reed, the village handyman, had made all the huge wooden signs for the merrymaker over the years. The smell of paint seeped from the shed, reminding me of when I figured out Vern was the merrymaker after I'd moved here during the St. Patrick's Day holiday. It was a mix of happiness, sadness, and fear all rolled up into one.
"I was wondering when you two were going to get here. I've been finishing up the Halloween merrymaker sign."
Vern was sitting outside the shed on the wooden bench I was sure he or Reed had made.
"We're late because we needed to eat, since Peter Hill knocked us out of any free festival food on our ghost walk."
Darren was itching to tell someone about the murder. If anyone could keep a secret, it was Vern.
"Lenny called and just told me she'd gotten a call from Palmer Lustig about Peter. Murder, she said."
Vern looked off into the woods.
"I reckon they'd had enough of him down at the Holiday Junction Planning Committee. And finally someone knocked him off."
He shrugged.
"Could have been the mayor, though. Meaning the mayor's owner."
He stood up and brushed his hands up and down his arms, as if the thought chilled him. There was the incident with Peter getting bitten by Mayor Paisley, but I doubt Christine would kill anyone. Though I didn't know her that well.
I don't know if I'm coming down with something, or the chill got me to know someone killed Peter.
Vern's voice held a sadness.
Come on in. I've got the Halloweenie merrymaker cut out already.
We followed him into his shed, which was probably the only building in Holiday Junction that wasn't decorated for Halloween. Maybe I can stay in here until Halloween is over. My joke fell flat. I could tell by the pinched look on Vern's face.
Hold on to your skeleton.
Darren's joke did make Vern laugh.
Miss Merrymaker isn't a fan of Halloween. Not a fan?
Vern's shock made me wonder why Darren couldn't keep my distaste for the haunting season between us.
But she loves a good murder.
Darren shrugged.
Go figure.
Go figure nothing. It's just the whole spookiness of it all. And now that we found Peter Hill murdered on the ghost walk, well, that's just too close for comfort. I shivered. The lights of the shed flickered.
You found Peter?
Vern asked in a commanding voice.
Lenny forgot to mention that. And you weren't supposed to mention it.
Darren gave me a stern look.
Vern, Dad will die if the town finds out we found him. He's trying to get all the facts straight before he gives a press conference tomorrow at the fountain. He needs to talk to the mayor and those people on the committee,
Vern said. My ears perked up to take in whatever he was talking about.
I'll keep my lips sealed.
Don't keep them sealed on my account, I blurted out. Vern and Darren looked at me. I mean right now. If you know a reason why Chief Strickland, Matthew, should take a closer look at someone, we can tell him. Obviously, I was on a hunting mission so I could explore for the new article circulating in my head. I'd never name someone a suspect or even a person of interest, but I could use information and facts to find out why someone might have wanted to kill Peter. And Mayor Paisley is a dog. Did I have to remind him how they'd elected a dog as the village mayor? All the decisions for the village were made by the Chamber of Commerce. Each holiday had their own committee, and if the committee needed something special like a permit, they had to go through the Chamber of Commerce.
And she didn't like Peter. Bit him several times. Christine never did anything about it, even after Peter filed a complaint with the chamber.
Vern walked over to his workstation. He motioned for Darren to come over, and they picked up the piece of plywood Vern had turned into the Halloweenie Merrymaker sign. I don't know Christine and Hubert Whitlock well, but I hardly think Christine could have killed Peter. My eyes adjusted to the dark lighting, and I could clearly see the ghost cut out. It wasn't just a ghost. It was a ghost that had its tail waving, as though it was floating. It also had arms ending in hands that held a very surprised jack-o'-lantern.
The ghost did a sweep past the pumpkin and picked him up. That's the look on the pumpkin's face.
Vern grinned, but then stilled.
Back to your observation of the Whitlocks. They are nice people. They do a lot of good for the village. But they, too, have been burnt by the Holiday Junction Planning Committee, of which Peter Hill was president.
I noticed a subtle shift in his demeanor. What? I asked, and sat up a little taller.
Right over here,
Vern instructed Darren, and they walked the ghost over near the door.
I guess Carol Dunn is finally going to get her shot at the title.
Title? I was having a hard time following what conversation we were in. It felt like we were playing a game of Halloween tag. Who could we tag that had the most motive?
Yeah, Carol Dunn will automatically go into the president's position now that Peter is dead.
Vern had a similar situation happen to him with the Hibernian Society.
She's been trying to beat Peter for a long time, but never has.
She has enough motive to have killed him for the position? I wanted details. A lot of them.
Between her and the Whitlocks, yeah.
Vern nodded with confidence. I don't know Carol Dunn, but I do know Christine, and unless there's a good reason, then I'm not going to even think she could do such a thing. I just couldn't put the theory in my head.
Like I said, the Holiday Junction Planning Committee does every single event in the village, and that means tourism. When a tourist comes to the village, they have to have a place to stay.
Vern leaned his back end on his workstation and crossed his legs at his ankles.
How did you know about the Jubilee Inn? Did you see it on a poster at the airport? Did you see any sort of advertisement for the inn? Any whatsoever?
No. Rhett Strickland took me there.
Have you ever heard of a dog being elected mayor?
Tilting his head back, he peered at my face. No. His question had to be reaching a point. Then he knocked me for a loop.
Peter Hill is the...
Vern cleared his throat.
Was the president of the Holiday Junction Planning Committee. They are the ones who would decide on whether the mayor was a human or an animal. He's been pushing for the village to have a real mayor, and that vote was coming this spring. The Whitlocks would not only lose the extra income they got from Mayor Paisley's appearances, but they'd also have to start paying taxes on their building and business.
Surely they make enough to cover those things if something happened. I wasn't a business owner, but I'd seen many people come and go from the Jubilee Inn since I'd lived there.
You'd think. But the Holiday Junction Holiday Committee also takes out all the ads in the paper. Your paper.
Let me guess. The puzzle pieces clicked together. Those are run by the Holiday Junction Planning Committee, and I've never seen one by the Jubilee Inn come through the system, which means Peter Hill was trying to run them out of business.
That gives them a motive to kill.
Darren's eyes were as cold as the words that left his mouth.
Another thing about Peter.
Vern walked us to the door where Darren picked up the Halloweenie Merrymaker sign.
He couldn't stand that he didn't know the identity of the Merrymaker.
Really? I scoffed.
Yeah. Said if the Holiday Junction Planning Committee was to approve all the festival functions, they needed to approve all the Merrymaker sites.
Vern named just a few possible suspects. I'm going to need a list of merrymakers from the last... I threw a shoulder. 200 years.
Impossible.
Vern snickered.
I can only name a few, and even they're sworn to secrecy as merrymakers. No one knows you're the merrymaker but me and this guy.
He referred to Darren. And Mama, I thought, and gave Darren a hard look so he'd keep his mouth shut. The mischief in his eyes danced, tickling my insides and forcing me to look away. What if Peter was going to do something about the merrymaker as president, and one of the retired merrymakers found out, and they were the one who killed him? I threw it out there.
Sorry, no can do.
Vern tugged his lips together. His phone chirped, and he looked down at it. His eyes scanned whatever notification he'd gotten. His fingers slowly scrolled down. Whatever he was reading was putting a wry grin on his face. As if he suddenly realized we were there, he looked away from the phone.
But the library keeps all the minutes of every single Holiday Junction Planning Committee meeting from as far back as who knows when. I bet you can use the bulldog reporter in you to find something in there.
He shrugged.
Or you can go to the emergency meeting Carol Dunn has just sent out to the committee in an email.
What? Emergency meeting? She didn't waste any time.
Like I said, I wouldn't doubt if she did have a hand in what happened to Peter. She's been waiting for this for a long time.
Vern tapped his phone and then held it out for Darren and me to see.
Interim president,
he snickered. Thank you for yet another amazing sign. I was very grateful he'd continue to make the signs for the Merrymaker, since I didn't have an artist's bone in my body to make the signs on my own.
I'm sure you'll get it where it needs to go without anyone seeing.
His statement made me see what Darren had to say, since I'd not thought about it. My mind was elsewhere. On Peter Hill, Christine Whitlock, and Carol Dunn to be exact. Darren reassured Vern he had a plan. I had no clue what it was, but let him worry about it. I'd follow along for fear if I did question him, he'd drop the sign and break our agreement to be the co-merrymakers. And there I'd be, high and dry.
Are you two coming to the costume contest sponsored by the Hibernian Society?
Vern asked with pride, since he was in his first term as the Society's president.
Of course we are. Violet wouldn't miss her first Halloweenie costume contest.
Darren rocked back on the heels of his tennis shoes and hoisted the large ghost up to carry it out of the shed.
I mean, she competed in the beer stein contest during the St. Patrick's Day festival with Rhett. She has to make it, even if she has to go to the costume contest with me.
Vern grinned and shook his head.
You two boys have always had that Strickland competitive side, ever since you could talk.
What Vern said really caught my ear. Red and Darren were cousins, and yet so many people around town talked about the two men as if they were enemies. I'd yet to figure it out, and neither of them had mentioned anything to me. Give me time. That was all I needed to get down to the bottom of it.
If we hurry, we can see it.
Darren took off into the woods, not using the path we'd taken, but one he seemed to be forging on his own. He used the sign in his hands as if it were a small picture frame, and not a life-size wood cutout of a ghost. "What's the rush?" I asked, not sure if he'd heard me since he was way ahead of me. The sun had fallen past the treetops so much, it was hard to see through even the empty tree branches where the trees were shedding their leaves. The sound of waves lapping up to shore guided me to where the woods and the sand met, just beyond the lighthouse. I scanned the beach area in search of Darren. Instead, the ghostly cutout was already sticking out of the sand near the path leading up to Holiday Fountain. The path where Peter Hill was murdered. Darren appeared from behind the ghost and dusted off his hands. My shoes slipped and sank into the dry sand before I finally took them off so I could hasten over to Darren to protest the ghost before anyone noticed it.
Now you know why this is a perfect spot to place the Merrymaker ghost.
Darren knew the possibility of a murder would be very hard for me to turn down when it came to all the write-ups and sales of the Junction Journal.
You can't beat these fall sunsets.
Fall sunsets? I turned my eyes to the ocean, where the orange and yellow glow of the sun skittered across the top of the glass sea. The waves moved and glistened.
Yeah, think of it. The final Halloweenie party here on the beach.
It was like he'd already planned it in his head.
This.
He took his hands, placed them on my shoulders, and turned my body to where my head was already in position.
Nothing can beat a glorious night of fright, but an amazing Holiday Junction sunset.
His hand caressed down my arms. A satisfied sigh escaped his lips before his hands landed around my waist in an almost embrace. He said something, but I had no idea what it was. My neck caught his hot breath. My phone rang, taking me out of the moment. I took a step away from his embrace, reached around, and took my phone from my back pocket. It could be my mama. The screen lit up. It's my dad. Chapter 6. Don't forget the new carpet is being laid today, and finish the lighting in the house. I told Rhett you'd be over there to pay his guy the money. Mama had already started, and it wasn't even 6 in the morning. Fortunately, she was in the bathroom getting ready for the day and didn't see my eyes roll. Mama was more than capable of paying the man. She only wanted me around Rhett, not just because she'd settled on him being the big love of my life, but also to see for herself if the two of us had some sort of chemistry. "Did you forget about Peter Hill, Mama?" I called, and threw the comforter off me. I tried to remind myself that my living situation with Mama in the one-room suite at the Jubilee Inn was temporary, and one day I'd be so grateful for this time spent together. I had really started looking forward to the day I would be able to wake up without hearing Mama barking all sorts of orders and plans for me. Of course I didn't. We've got to get to the emergency meeting today, too. She popped her head out of the bathroom and looked at me as she swiped her lipstick over her lips. That means no ham-hawing today. You need to get up, fix your hair, put on some makeup, and use that sweet southern accent to get information out of these people. How do you know about the emergency meeting? I shouldn't have even asked. Mama always had a way of getting information out of people. While you were off doing the you-know-what, Mama referred to my secret job as the merrymaker by stringing 3 words together. I was having some sweet tea downstairs with Christine and Hubert. They were talking about it since Hubert is running for a position on the board of the planning committee this fall. She walked out of the bathroom, dressed head to toe in orange, down to her shoes. She had on a pair of mummy earrings, an embroidered mummy on her orange sweater, and even little mummies all over her slip-on shoes. Mama, you're starting to have theme days with your clothes, I sighed. Whatever it takes to show them I'm part of this community now. Embracing their holidays with glee so I can get on a committee. She bent down, looked into the dressing table mirror, and dug her fingertips into the roots of her hair. She gave it a little tease before moving her fingers down to the corner of her lips and swiping off any lipstick that had gone outside of the lip liner. Mama stood up and tugged on the hem of the sweater, rotating back and forth. Then she stepped back to get a full profile look until she was satisfied that she was ready to make her mummy appearance. Don't get me wrong. She walked over to her side of the bed and pulled out the drawer of the bedside table, where she hunted around until she picked out the appropriate jewelry. She slipped on a couple of different bangle bracelets and a few rings, and her wedding ring wasn't one of them. I didn't tell her Daddy had called and left me a message. I'd not even listened to the message and knew I'd have to do that when she wasn't around. I love the leading ladies, but it just doesn't give me fulfillment like I thought it was going to. They're nice ladies. She grabbed her purse and flung it over her shoulder. But they gossip and carry on about things I don't know. Mama, you love to gossip. I got up and walked into the bathroom. Yes, I do, and that's why I have to get on the committee, so I know who they're gossiping about." Her comment made me snicker. I should have known even Mama had a reason to join a committee. "I'll see you at the new house around noon." I heard the door shut. Instead of trying to go back to bed for another hour, I decided to get up and get ready. The one person I knew I could question about Peter Hill at this hour would definitely be up. Christine Whitlock. Vern had made it sound like Christine or Huber could be a suspect in Peter's case, but I knew they couldn't be. They were the nicest couple, and really took me by the hand when I moved here. They'd been so kind to Mama, and they owned the mayor, who really should be the suspect in question, but she was a Boston Terrier. Somehow I was fairly certain she didn't stab Peter. Eventually, I'd gotten ready and looked around the room to make sure I'd gathered all the things I needed for my day at the office, and anything else thanks to the press conference Matthew was supposed to have this morning. I'd also have to go to the library to check out the archives of the committee meetings and meet Rep before noon and Mom at the new house. That left little time to do anything. I was really looking forward to having my own space again. That meant I could have my own little home office, so if I did happen to go home for lunch, I could still keep an eye on the paper from home or even the news. As it was here and now with Mama's things all over, I had to make sure I had everything I needed for the day, and most of my work stuff did stay at the office. As I hoisted my work bag up on my shoulder, I noticed the black sweater lying on top of Mama's suitcase. I schlepped the bag back to the floor, walked over, and picked up the sweater. It was not as gaudy as the other sweaters Mama had purchased for the holiday. This one was more slimming with a little puff to the shoulders and a small orange sequin pumpkin where a pocket would be. The pumpkin was no bigger than the palm of my hand. The sweater was something I could wear and be part of the community, as Mama would say. The Jubilee Inn had taken on a skeleton theme for the festive Halloween holiday. They decorated the stairs of the inn with black cobwebs entwined with little neon spiders. At the base of the steps was a black tree decorated with little skeletons, skeleton keys, and a few eyeballs. Plastic pumpkins of various sizes, some black and some orange, sat around the floor. The skeleton standing next to the complimentary coffee station wore a red beret and a festive, happy smile on its bony face, and its hand rested on top of one of the industrial coffee makers. The lampshade sitting on the table was covered with a lacy black scarf and cage with a fake crow perched inside. Christine had really played up the inn-related aspect of the decorations. She had piled antique-style luggage items on top of one another for decorative effect, but added a rubber white rat with a long, skinny tail, which was just spooky enough to make the luggage not so cute. "Look at you." Christine eyeballed the sweater right off. "Are we starting to rub off on you, or did Millie Kay hold you down like a little baby and put that on you?" "You've gotten to know Mama really well over the last few months," I joked and flipped over the ceramic mug to pour some coffee. "Are you staying this morning?" Christine gave me another strange look, since I always hit her up for a to-go cup that would hold me over until I go to brewing beans. "I guess it is a little early." She looked at her watch. Paisley's tapping nails against the hardwood floor alerted us to her impending arrival before she darted around the corner and danced around us. "Good morning." Christine's voice happily greeted the mayor. "Time to go potty." Paisley obviously knew that word because she bolted toward the inn's entrance. "Do you want to go with us?" "You know," I smiled, I do. I glanced around, and Christine must have known I was looking for a to-go cup. She pointed at the cabinet door next to my leg. After I opened it up, I said, "Thank you. Do you want one?" "Nah. I've had my fair share of coffee this morning with all the gossip swirling around." She waited for me while I poured the coffee. "Peter Hill?" I asked, because I knew by now word had gotten around about his murder, and Christine was someone I wanted to question. "Yes, can you believe it?" she asked with sadness in her tone. She frowned, which struck me as odd. She opened the inn's front door, and Paisley bolted out. "I'm not sure if you'd heard that it was Mama, Darren Strickland, and I who actually were with Herschel and Hazel Lynn when Peter toppled out of the coffin." I stopped where she was holding the door to see how she reacted. "Oh, no." She drew a hand to her mouth. "I'd not heard that. The only thing I knew was they'd found him in Holiday Park, and now they have a meeting today to discuss what needs to be done about Halloweenie." I wasn't sure how to bring up my knowledge of Paisley biting Peter, because then I'd have to tell her I'd gone to see Vern, or possibly let slip why I had seen him. I always had to keep the secret that I was the merrymaker, which was hard to do. "Have they ever canceled Halloweenie?" I asked. "Years ago." "I'm talking something like 15 years ago." She didn't elaborate, but it didn't matter. We walked down the steps of the inn, and I was careful not to trip over the pumpkin she'd placed on each stair. I glanced back and smiled when I saw the front. She'd put the same lacy black cobwebs across the front door, and a happy skeleton in a chair, sitting there as if he were greeting everyone who was about to enter. "I'm so sad for Vicky. They've been married a long time." Christine let Paisley pick the direction for her morning sniff walk. We took a left away from the park and headed in the direction of Bruin Beans, which was great for me since I wanted to talk to the Hudsons before I really got my day started. "You said he fell out of a coffin?" Christine and I kept up with Paisley as she darted from object to object. "The Hudsons asked me to do a review on the ghost walk so people would participate. And when Herschel tapped the fake coffin with his cane, a jack-in-the-box was supposed to pop out. But it was Peter Hill instead." I took a drink and waited for Christine to say something, but she didn't. "You know, I'll be looking into it even though Matthew asked me not to." "Matthew? First name basis now?" She glowed with anticipation. "You and Darren going public?" "Public?" I played her question off with a laugh. "What are you talking about?" "Fine." She slowly walked next to me with her eyes on Paisley. "If you don't want to admit it, you don't have to." "Matthew told me to call him Matthew." I put my active imagination at ease. "It's difficult, too." We passed by all the pots filled with colorful mums along the sidewalk and in front of the shops. Each shop throughout the downtown area had incorporated a cobweb theme, with one continuous web and spiders of all different sizes. The shops had different displays at their entrances and were all very festive, not so scary. Anyways, you know this will be a great story for the Junction Journal, and somehow I have to keep the ghost walk out of it. I'd yet to figure out an angle for the story in which Peter had fallen out of the coffin but did not include the ghost walk trail. The Hudsons were devastated. I can only imagine. They've been talking about bringing the ghost walk back after all this time. Christine was talking, but I kept trying to figure out how to bring up Mayor Paisley and her past with the victim. So I just said it. I heard Mayor Paisley and Peter Hill had their own kind of issues. Christine stopped walking as soon as I said it. I guess they did. I think animals know when someone isn't the most kind-hearted person, and I'm guessing you have heard Peter Hill could be difficult. Christine's head slightly shook as her lips turned down. He has held a grudge against me and the Jubilee Inn ever since she bit him. Why would she bite him? I asked, and we started to walk again. He came into the inn a few years back and wanted me to have Paisley resign as the mayor so the committee could vote for an actual mayor, who would be him since he was the committee president. She gulped. Used to be the committee president. Anyways, he marched into the office and Paisley was napping. I was upstairs with a guest and she bit him. An audible sigh escaped her. I wasn't about to do that. An animal has been the mayor of Holiday Junction since the village was established, and I'm not about to change history. She whistled when Paisley disappeared. Paisley came running back. He made it his mission to try to run the inn out of business. As president, he had the committee vote to use any extra money for the holidays' advertising. I'm sure I don't have to tell you since you put the paper together. It didn't stop there. The sun had completely popped over the buildings, chasing away the morning dew. The day was going to be really nice with temperatures in the mid-60s and plenty of sunshine. It would be what I'd call a perfect fall day if it weren't for Peter Hill's murder. That little detail left a chill in the air no amount of warm sunshine could drive away. He made sure if there was something they could advertise to the local businesses, then we were out. She grinned. I found a way to work around it, and it drove him nuts. Yeah? What's that? You know the photo sessions we do with Mayor Paisley on the outside of the inn? She looked at me. Right after I nodded, she continued. I can use those to advertise her because she's a major reason people come to town. They all want to get a photo with the mayor. And I own the mayor, and we live at the Jubilee Inn, so I can make these meet and greets in front of the inn. It's the best advertising. And I can write it off my taxes. You are so smart. I bet that really made him mad. From what people had mentioned over the last 20 or so hours about Peter, I knew he'd not been the nicest person, but he certainly didn't deserve to die. He was so mad and tried so hard to fight it, but Diffie Delk assured him it was on the up and up. Diffie Delk was a local attorney. He does the same with Dave. Dave was the local rooster. He was known to keep law and order better than any security guard or police officer. It was the best revenge for what he'd been trying to do to Hubert and me. Christine clicked her tongue for Paisley to come back. She did. Chief Strickland came by last night while you were out and your mom was having some tea. He did? I wondered why Mama didn't say anything. Oh, yeah. He wanted to make sure I wasn't near Fountain Park between the hours Curtis had placed Peter's death. Of course I wasn't. Paisley and I had just finished a haunted meet and greet on the front porch for Meet the Mayor at Moonlight. It's very popular with the tourists. Ding ding! The trolley came rumbling down Main Street. Goldie Bennett brought the trolley to a stop and slid open the door. You getting on? She asked me. We have to get back to the inn. Christine picked Paisley up and cradled her in her arms. I'll see you later. Thanks for the coffee. I held up the cup before I got on the trolley. Can you take me to the library? I asked. Next stop, Goldie hollered into the empty trolley and slammed the door shut.
Holiday Junction Library.
Chapter 7.
What are you going to the library for this early in the morning?
Goldie was about as subtle as a fart. She glanced in the rearview mirror at me. I could see her eyes, even though the orange visor was pulled down tight over her brows. I'm going to go through the Holiday Junction Planning Committee meeting minutes to see if I can find anyone who would have a motive to kill Peter Hill. My frankness opened a can of worms.
There are plenty of people, and I'm sure you're going to see if Nora recorded it. Him and Carol Dunn squabbling.
Again, someone else named Carol Dunn as an individual with a very clear motive.
From what I understand, he continued to keep her silent, even moved the vice president's chair clear to the other side of the table and not next to the president's chair.
The trolley passed the shops and the Jubilee Inn before Goldie hung a right to take the road that went around Fountain Park, where most of the official buildings in the village were located. These were places like the bank, lawyers' offices, government buildings, the nursing home, the pharmacy, the library, and the police station. They were located on the mountain terrain side of town, which was literally a 5 to 10 minute walk from anywhere in Holiday Junction.
Nora keeps the minutes for the committee, but she can tell you all about it. I doubt anyone will be in there this early but her.
The trolley abruptly stopped.
Library!
Goldie hollered as if anyone else were on the trolley. She took her job seriously.
While you're in there, give the poor girl tips on how to get a date. She's single, and she's a good catch.
Goldie frowned.
Do you need me to swing back by any certain time to pick you up?
I'll call you if I do. I stepped off the trolley, and Goldie threw it in gear and took off to her next stop. I waved goodbye. The Holiday Junction Public Library was like every other library I'd seen, full of shelves with books, a children's area, and a reference area. It wasn't the largest library, but it also wasn't the smallest. However, it was definitely the quietest. Nora? I called from the front when I didn't hear anything. No movement, nothing. Coming. There was a faint yell from the back before she emerged with a box in her hands. Hi, Violet. She had a big grin on her face. What on earth are you doing here this morning? She sat the box on the reference desk, opened it, and took out a Halloween decoration. It was a black cat wearing a witch's hat sitting on top of a stack of books. She wiped some dust off the decoration before she was satisfied and sat it next to the box. Then she dug back in to take out another decoration. I was told the Holiday Junction Planning Committee kept their meeting archives here, and I wanted to get a look at them before the emergency meeting today. I didn't specifically say because I wanted to look into why someone might want to kill Peter Hill, but with how she looked at me, I knew she knew without me even saying. Sure, I know exactly where they are. I've been the secretary for about 5 years now. She set the decorations aside and had me follow her to the far right corner of the library. Secretary. That means you did more than take minutes. I was happy to hear this. Yeah, when I started to work here 5 years ago, Peter had asked if they could use the conference room for their meetings. They'd been using the Jubilee Inn's hospitality room. She shrugged, like she'd not known what had happened between Peter and Christine about the whole mayor thing. I didn't say anything. A good journalist kept all her secrets to herself. But I would definitely ask Christine about that little bit of information she'd left out. Of course they could use it, It's the library, free to everyone. She pointed at some old ledger and then at the computer. I've got a lot of free time, so I've spent a lot of my off hours putting it all on the computer. Do you have a library card? No, I shook my head. You could access them online if you did. She clasped her hands. I'll go get you signed up for one. That way you can hop on whenever you like. Thanks, Nora. I sat down at the computer. Great, I'll be back with your card. She left me there with the computer and the ledgers, figuring the computer would be more up to date, or at least from this century, not to mention from Peter's term. I started there. The function was pretty much what I was used to for any sort of town council meeting or committee meeting. The basic call to meeting in which the committee members were listed, and their presence or absence noted, a few housekeeping things, and discussion of the posted agenda along with concerns from the public. Nora had everything timed down to the minute and who said what. She'd even used perfect punctuation, including quotation marks for the members' dialogue. I moved the mouse to the custom date field and selected a few years back. I was most interested in seeing when Carol Dunn had joined, and I continued to click the dates until I noticed that underneath a label of Vice President was Carol's name. Voila! I clicked on the year, which was 5 years ago. Then I hit the print button. The printer next to the computer started to spit out a lot of printed pages. I realized I'd not selected a page range on the print settings. I wanted just the one page with the date on it so I could ask the Holiday Junction Planning Committee about that time. You find something? Nora asked, breaking the silence of the empty library. I was trying to find out when Carol Dunn started on the committee. I didn't want to bother Nora when I could easily find that on my own. If I had a question, I would definitely ask her. I heard the squeaky wheels of her book cart before I saw her walking behind it on her way back toward me. That was about 6 years ago. Nora was off a year. 5, I corrected her, but should have known better because she came back to me straight. Nope, she was on the committee as a voting member without a title for a year. Then she stepped up to the vice president role when the person in the position had stepped down. She stopped the cart and bent over to look at the screen. That was when she and Peter started to get into little... She stopped talking and looked at me with big, wide-open eyes. You don't think Carol killed Peter? Her brows knitted. You do, she gasped, flinging her hand up to cover her mouth. I didn't say that. I'm only checking a few leads. I didn't want to alarm anyone, but Nora looked alarmed. If you have any reason to believe she didn't have a motive, I'd love to know. Now was a perfect opportunity for Nora to tell me anything she knew about the committee and the dynamics among the members. She pulled out the chair next to me where the other desk and computer were located. Her shoulders slumped, heavy sighs escaped her, and she looked down at her hands folded between her knees. I guess I never really thought about it. They don't get along. Didn't. Her voice trailed off and her head shot up. But I don't think Carol could have done something like that, even though he did shoot down every single idea she had. He did? I knew it would take some time to go through the minutes to find anything that alluded to that. Yes, but in his defense, he did have to look out for the good of the village, she gulped. Though Carol did have some great ideas. She laid her hand on her chest. At least I thought they were good, but what do I know? My theory didn't sit well with Nora. Her eyes darted around like she was trying to find something in her mind before she looked back at me, gnawing on her lips like she didn't want something to come out. Nora, I had to use a calm voice if I was going to get anything out of her. I pushed a piece of my blonde hair behind my ear and put my hands on my thighs, leaning a little closer to her. If you know something, you can tell me, and I'll check it out. Or you can anonymously turn in a tip. I'm not saying Peter Hill was the best guy in the world, but think about his wife. Any family members. They need peace. That's why I do what I do. When you put it that way, it doesn't sound like I'm snitching, and I'm not, she assured me, shaking her head. Everyone on the committee will tell you that Peter was mean to Carol. He wasn't really the nicest man at all. He interrupted the meeting, and it was hard for me to keep minutes because he didn't want to stay on the agenda. Carol would ask what good an agenda was if we didn't stick to it. Then after that, she told him she was going to run against him, and I thought he was going to go nuts. Nora licked her lips, then sucked in the bottom one. What is it, Nora? I needed to know. After Carol filed the necessary paperwork to run in the next election, Peter got wind of it. I'm not sure who, but someone told him, and he started to hold secret meetings here in the library. She frowned. I knew I should have told someone, but he's the highest-ranking office holder in Holiday Junction. Did you take notes? I asked, wondering if she meant a real meeting. Oh, no. This wasn't any sort of planned meeting. It was strange, really. She sat back. Her shoulders fell from her ears. How so? I wondered. I wanted to take advantage of her more relaxed state by continuing to ask her questions. Peter Hill never came to the library other than for the one meeting a month. He didn't even bother helping me set up the room or asking if he could donate to the library. Past presidents did do that, but not Peter. He seemed to be too busy or always in a rush. When he started to come, and a few other committee members joined him, I knew they were trying not to be seen by the public. She shifted, turned around, and pointed at the far corner of the library. They would stand over there and whisper. Did you ever overhear anything he was saying to them? I asked. Don't judge me, but I did try once or twice. She gave a slight smile. I wasn't very good at it, and they heard me both times. They would move to a different bookshelf and continue talking, because I made it look like I was straightening the shelves where they had been talking. But I did overhear Peter say things like Carol was out to get him, and how she was a woman and could get the rest of the women in Holiday Junction to vote for her. Do you know what Carol was upset about with Peter to run against him? I asked. Sure, there are countless things. He never let her talk in the meetings. I made sure I put that in the meeting notes, and he'd never know because he never read them after I put them together, she said. He was supposed to sign off on them, and he did, but he just signed them, never looked at them. I could have written in there the committee had overturned his elected position, and he'd never know. He'd have signed off on it and then been outed. I didn't. I took in everything she told me because it sure did look as though Carol had a major motive. I thought they all put it behind him since Peter and Sawyer were talking. She mentioned in passing as though it didn't matter, but to my trained ear, it all mattered. When did you see them talking? I asked. Here. The creases between her eyes deepened as if she said something wrong. Back there. You mean Sawyer was in one of the private meetings Peter held here? I wanted to make sure I was following her when I noticed her demeanor had changed. I know you don't want to get involved, but it would be a great help to the investigation." She nodded. It was all I needed to see to confirm the meeting. "Do you remember anything else that would make Carol so mad that she'd want him dead? Urgently?" Something must have sent her over the edge, and I needed to know if it was enough for her to be a suspect. "The ghost walk." Her words shook me to my core, and her face flushed white. "Oh my gosh, Peter was found on the ghost walk, wasn't he?" "She called an emergency meeting for today, didn't she?" I asked. "Yes. I mean, she would be taking over the position." Nora swallowed hard. "That would make it easy for her to step into the president role without having to do the election." Her eyes bolted open. Carol's motive had sunk in for her. My phone chirped. "Excuse me." I wasn't sure what I was supposed to say, but I knew I wanted to keep some specific details for the article. I looked at my phone and saw the text message was from Darren. No good morning, no how are you doing after finding a dead body. Even a did you sleep well would have been nice. Nope, he just said there was a press conference in 10 minutes at the Holiday Fountain. I've got to go. I jumped up, plucked the printed pages from the printer, stuck them in my bag, and continued to gather up my things. "You mentioned I could get on the archives online with a library membership?" "Yes. Are you leaving now?" she asked. "Chief Strickland is holding a press conference in a few minutes, and I don't want to be late." I pointed up front. "Can you get me that card?" "It's up at the desk waiting for you." She stayed put in the chair. "You know, Carol isn't the only one who had a beef with Peter Hill. Nettie Banks did too. She was the vice president who stepped down when Carol took her place." "You mean Bubbly Boutique's Nettie Banks?" I asked. "Yeah. Peter canceled the beauty pageant for Halloweenie, and she was so mad because she wanted Fern to get the title. Something about it, if you get so many beauty pageant titles in a year, you get to go to national pageants. Those are the ones that give scholarships to winners to go to college and stuff." Nor was full of information. Now I knew exactly where I needed to come if I had a question. For now, those questions would have to wait. "What time is the emergency meeting?" I asked on my way out of the library. "Noon," she yelled. Chapter 8. Outside the library, the day had turned gray. It fit the mood that blanketed Holiday Junction. Death lingered in the air. And I didn't mean because of the frightful Halloween decorations, though they were very fitting for the Halloween season. Darren was waiting for me near the fountain and gave me a very slight wave when our eyes caught. The vendors were putting their finishing touches on their tents before the big festival opening tomorrow. They'd all have some sort of dangling lights that either glowed orange or were shaped like pumpkins, witches' brooms, or even scary cats. Those things didn't scare me. They were actually cute. The things like dead people falling out in front of me were what kept the creepy holiday from sitting too well with me. The smell of roasted pumpkin seeds and heavy salt came from the large cast-iron pot in one of the vendors' booths and made my mouth water. When I passed, I couldn't help lingering for a second to see what else they had to offer. I'd not eaten anything all morning, and my stomach was letting me know. That, or it was just because I loved all the foods this time of the season. Popcorn bubbled over in the popcorn machine, and I stood there for a moment too long watching the owner scoop out the freshly salted corn into a plastic bag before they drizzled caramel over the top and sealed it with a twisty tie.
Violet, come on.
Darren yelled for me.
It's starting.
Putting the treats in the back of my mind, but not forgetting about going back to buy some for the office today, I picked up my step and made a beeline for Darren. More and more people were gathering in front of the fountain, making it hard to get a good view of the setting up of the press conference. You aren't going to believe what I just found out. I rattled off all the information Nora had told me while some people put out 3 chairs on each side of the podium. A woman walked up and sat in the first chair to the podium's right. She was dressed in a pair of khaki riding pants, knee-high boots, and a long, burnt-orange knitted sweater. I think Carol Dunn is a more likely suspect than Nettie Banks. You didn't even tell me Nettie was the vice president before Carol.
How was I to know?
Darren asked. And I didn't sleep a wink. Thank you for asking. I noted and glanced around to see if anyone I knew was there. The emergency meeting is going to be at the library at noon. I have a problem.
Only one?
Darren joked. His eyes twinkled when he smiled at me, as though he wanted a reaction. Yes, one. I dug down into my bag to get my little tape recorder so I could make an audio recording of the press conference. I have to be at my house at noon, so you're going to have to go to the planning committee meeting at noon at the library.
I can't do that.
Darren acted as though I'd just asked him to cut off a limb.
Violet, I'm sorry. But I can't just gallivant all over town doing what you need me to do. I have a job, a business to run, if you've not realized it.
A bar? That's a job? You get 2 customers in there. I didn't need to remind him of the Easter Bunny and Tooth Fairy drunks who probably stayed the night there, and I never asked or wanted to know about them.
I get way more than 2 customers. It's my job. It's what I have decided to do for a living, and I've got to live. That means you're going to have to find someone else to go.
Not that it wasn't the end of the world if he didn't go. At least Nora would be there and taking better minutes than I could if I was physically present. It was the one part of Darren's observation of me that set my alarm off. You're right. I'm sorry. I had a silly moment thinking we were going to solve this together. Kinda like the merrymaker. I leaned into him and whispered the last part.
That is over after this holiday.
He gave me a hard nod.
I mean it. No more. I'm out.
We'll see, I sighed. I was happy to hear the microphone squeak on and see Matthew appear at the podium. He flicked it with his finger a couple of times to make sure it was turned on before he leaned over it.
Testing. 1, 2, 3...
he said, and jerked away when it echoed too loudly. Someone came over and fixed it, and he repeated his test, this time sounding so much better. The crowd's chatter came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes were on Matthew.
My name is Matthew Strickland.
He looked around the crowd. Several reporters stood at the front with their hands sticking up in the air. A microphone jutted toward the podium with their station logo on the sides.
I'm the chief of police in Holiday Junction. Yesterday afternoon, Peter Hill, the local Holiday Junction Planning Committee president, was found on the path between the Holiday Junction Park and the ocean. Curtis Robinson, our coroner, has ruled Mr. Hill's death a homicide. We will not be reporting any details about the murder except that he was stabbed 1 time in the back.
The news reporters groaned with disappointment.
Settle down. I know you wanted more information than this, but Peter has been a long-time citizen and friend to the community. He's spent a great deal of his life serving to better Holiday Junction and raise his family here. We are sad for Vicky and their grown children and want to respect their privacy at this time. By the same token, we are here today to ask for any sort of video footage or photos you might have taken at all yesterday, either at Holiday Park or the sea near the lighthouse. Even if you think it's nothing. The slightest photo or blip in a photo can give us so many details. Something that seems insignificant to you could be what breaks this case wide open.
He talked about where the public could forward their photos and videos before he introduced the next speaker.
I would like to invite Carol Dunn up. She will be the interim president until the election this fall. She will be able to give you some insight on the festival and where we stand with the activities moving forward.
Matthew glanced over his shoulder at the lady I'd seen earlier. Is she wearing horse riding pants? I asked.
Who?
He asked. I pointed at the woman who was sitting in the chair next to Carol Dunn and Chief Strickland.
Millard Ramsey. She owns the Wild Stallion Farm.
Darren had failed to mention that to me. Wild stallion? As in horses? I asked under my breath so as not to disturb everyone around me who was listening.
Yes, tourists love to ride horses on the beach.
Darren crossed his arms and twisted back to listen.
Until Peter Hill made a motion to stop the rides because of beach erosion or something like that. But I believe the committee tabled it until the next meeting. But from what I heard at the bar when some committee members came by for a drink, they were seriously considering voting for Peter Hill's idea.
So was she the headless horseman? I asked, though the time frame Curtis Robinson had given for Peter's murder wasn't when we saw the headless horseman.
Her son is the horseman, but no one is supposed to know.
Darren's eyes narrowed.
Her son,
he repeated. Yep, and if someone disrespected your mom in public, you'd take up for her, wouldn't you? My statement hit home. I watched as it landed hard on him. Which makes me wonder if her son is a potential suspect.
Our list is growing by the second.
Darren lifted his chin in the air and looked around the crowd. Our list? Now you want to help, I snorted.
Like you said, I know people around here.
He tugged the strap off my bag on my shoulder.
Let's get out of here and go to your office so we can make a clear plan.
Sounds good to me. I didn't need to stand around and listen to Carol Dunn express her grief for someone she didn't give two hoots about. They would be empty words, and right now, I didn't have time for anything other than substance, which also meant food.
Where are you going?
Darren asked when I didn't follow him toward the path to the lighthouse. One, because the last time we were there, we found Peter. And I just didn't want to do that today. And two, I wanted some popcorn from the vendor. I'm going back to the office because your father, I emphasized your, didn't say anything we didn't already know. Now I've wasted time I could have used to get real answers from people who had good motive to kill Peter Hill.
Do I need to remind you how it's not our place to find the killer?
Darren had yet to get the hang of things, or at least of how I did things or even how my mind worked. And it was my duty to take the time to tell him while he followed me down the path and across the seaside shops. He lingered in front of his bar for a moment before picking up his pace again to catch back up with me. At which point I educated him on just how I liked things. That means I unlocked the door of the cottage and shut the screen behind us, leaving the main door open because the fall breeze whipping off the ocean felt so good and refreshing as it floated through the cottage. I stood there enjoying the fresh air while Darren stopped just inside to let me finish what I'd been saying. I take my job as a reporter very seriously. When there's a murder, I don't even think about your father and his job or duties to Holiday Junction. I'm thinking about the article and the information that needs to get out to the public. That means that I'm doing my job and making your mom happy. I passed by him and noticed the crown molding for the second office that had been lying in the hallway had been moved. The cottage was owned by Rhett Strickland, Darren's cousin, and I'd been able to get him to lease the rundown cottage to his aunts and move the Junction Journal from their home to here. I had to ask him to do some major repairs. I imagined that in its heyday, the home was gorgeous not only on the inside, but from the seaside looking up past the dunes. The clapboard siding had been replaced, as had the shutters in the 2-bedroom home. It was small, but perfect for what the Junction Journal needed. Plus, the view was spectacular and helped me come up with all sorts of stories, features, and articles for the paper. The view also helped me think of creative ways to work on cases such as Peter Hill's, which meant there was no time to dilly-dally. We have Carol Dunn, Nettie Banks, and a whole slew of documents we can go through to see who else might have had some motive. I walked toward the office but had my head turned back to Darren. I think we can make, I started to say, when I walked into the office and found Louise and Marge Strickland waiting for me. Marge Strickland sat in my chair with her legs crossed. Her bobbed silver hair hit perfectly at her cheekbones and framed her petite face and pointy nose. Her orange lipstick matched her orange fingernails. She wore a brown shawl, khaki pants, and brown saddle loafers. She was the more elegant of the two Strickland women. I'd expect no difference since she was a Strickland by blood and not by marriage, like Louise, Darren's mother, and Matthew's wife.
Mom.
Darren pushed past me, hurried over to his mother, and kissed her on the cheek.
And Marge.
He moved around the desk to greet her just the same as he did his mom.
Darren, shouldn't you be at work?
Louise's perfectly shaped brows rose, not a wrinkle on her forehead. She had a much different style than her sister-in-law. Louise wore a deep green caftan dress that flowed well past her feet. The trim of the dress had little pumpkins along the edges, and the sleeves had a long ruffle down each side. Her style was amazing. I would have loved to grow old as gracefully as she appeared to be doing.
I was walking Violet back to the office from the press conference.
He talked to them while I searched my head to see if I'd mentioned the merrymaker.
Be sure you come for dinner tonight.
Louise made it clear she needed to talk to me and that Darren was to go to work. Darren waffled back and forth between his mom and me before he finally said,
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, see ya. I sighed and turned back to Marge and Louise. Good morning. I greeted them as if we were starting over. I've got some good leads on the Peter Hill article I'm working on.
That's why we're here.
Marge stood up and gestured for me to sit. She moved in front of my desk and paced between the two windows that looked out over the dunes and down to the sea. The sheer, long, flowing curtains on each side of the open windows danced in the wind that passed through.
We are very pleased with the numbers, not only for subscriptions to the physical paper, but the online paper is starting to get up into 1 million views a week, she continued. She turned toward me and clasped her hands in front of her, a smile on her face. That's great! I squealed in delight. I'm so glad. Did you look into the insights and what was getting the most views? The online paper has a great read-through rate. The ads seem to be helping too.
But now that Peter Hill is no longer in charge of ads for the Holiday Junction Planning Committee, I fear the ads will go down." Louise sat up on the edge of the chair and put her hand on top of the desk. "I told you, Louise, that we would worry about that." By the tone of Marge's voice, I sensed there was an issue. "You might as well tell me now what you're trying not to tell me, because I can see there's clearly a concern with Peter no longer alive." My eyes narrowed as I watched the sisters-in-law give each other a subtle look. "You two had something with him about the advertising, didn't you?" Holiday Junction is a small town, and it's all about who you know. Louise was the first to admit I was right in my observation. Favors aren't unusual around here. Favors are one thing, but when you have arguments with people, it's another. Marge's hands moved from the clasped position to folded and guarded, and a scowl formed along her face. That was what Louise did when Matthew was up for re-election. She made a deal with Peter Hill. What kind of deal? My eyes shifted between the two, waiting to see who was going to talk first. I only made the deal for the life of the Junction Journal. Louise suddenly made it very clear that the Junction Journal had been living off ad spend from the ads Peter Hill was taking out. He used the extra funds from the planning committee for that. Christine had told me that was exactly why she never advertised in the newspaper. And when Carol Dunn's husband, Sawyer, wanted to put an ad in the paper, we weren't able to do it because Peter Hill didn't like Sawyer. Carol was the vice president of the committee, but we were strongly advised by Peter Hill to not take their money. Marge told the story about how Peter Hill had made sure the advertising took care of his friends and family, but didn't care about the others as long as his favors were done. Matthew Strickland would have all the votes to stay in office. Though it wasn't truly illegal, it surely wasn't on the up and up, which made the Strickland sisters look a little guilty, or even as if they'd had a motive to kill Peter themselves. You two could be seen as having a motive to have killed him. I could tell by their non-reaction they'd already thought of that. We have an alibi. We were at the Leading Ladies all morning, and we were at home all night before that. And it's my understanding the murder occurred in the wee hours of the morning. Louise had given me more information than her husband at his press conference. And neither of us go out before noon. Noon? I jerked up to look at the clock on the wall and noticed Mama's golf cart parked in front of the cottage and her sitting up the front walk with her purse dangling off her arm. I was supposed to go meet my mom and the contractor at the house. Marge and Louise looked out the window and saw Mama. Violet, you aren't going to believe what I heard about the Stricklands and the Junction Journal. Mama hollered as soon as she bolted through the screen door. I just met with my contractor, Sawyer Dunn. Mama continued to talk from the hallway as she hung her pocketbook on the coat tree next to the door. Mama, in here, I yelled, hoping to get her to stop talking. That didn't happen. She kept yammering on and on about the Dunns. He said the Strickland sisters are in big trouble with the paper now that Peter Hill is dead. Mama, I yelled again with a tight smile on my face to try to cover up the embarrassment. Mama, they only let people advertise who will keep them in power. Woo-wee, my palms are itching. She stopped shy of the door, scratching her palm. That means I'm gonna get some money. She finally walked in. Why didn't you tell me you had company? I tried to, but you kept on talking, I said flatly. Don't you roll your eyes at me in that tone of voice. Mama walked past the office door. I'm gonna put on a pot of coffee. You ladies stay in? It was one of those times Mama really didn't care if they would be around to have a cup of coffee, but wanted to get past the uncomfortable situation she'd put us all in. I'm sorry about that. I picked up my bag off the floor and stood up. I'll clear out my things and be gone in a few. What are you doing? Louise put her hand out. I'm sure you don't want me working for you or the paper now that this little bit of information could be exposed. And clearly it's out there. I couldn't with a clear conscience write about the murder of Peter Hill and his influence on the community, without also showing the dealings he had in the community, the Junction Journal being one of them. No way. That was why we came here. Marge glared at Louise. To help clean up Louise's mess. We had a file from the trial, but it appears to be missing. Trial? I wondered what she was talking about, but Louise wasn't about to let Marge accuse her of being messy. My mess? Don't look at me like that. I didn't get rid of the file. Louise jerked around in the chair and looked at Marge. You like the perks of being the chief's sister just as much as I like the perks of being his wife. It's part of the gig. So I have a job? I wanted to confirm that before I started thinking about how I could spin the details of their little advertising budget scheme with Peter Hill. Yes. Both made peace for the moment to agree on me staying. I can print an article where we can talk about how the Junction Journal had in the past done what other newspapers have done and endorsed a candidate running for election. As I told them my idea, the stress and tension fell off their faces and bodies. What about Millie Kay? Marge asked, eyeballing me. They'd obviously been privy to Mama's idea of hearsay, overhearing, and all things gossip. I've got an idea. Louise stood up and excused herself, leaving Marge and me to wonder what she was up to. I was just coming to see you about that coffee, Louise said, the sweetness dripping off her. Little did she realize that Mama could smell a sweet talker from miles away. But good on Mama. She played right along. Here, I heard Mama say. You take this one, and I'll get another one. First, why don't you follow me? The sound of Louise's shoes and Mama's shuffle came back down the hall toward the office. But instead of coming into my office, they went into the other room across the hall, the second office. Marge and I were talking about the office and how we were going to use this as a joint office. We're here because Violet has not only doubled the subscriptions, but tripled them. Louise made it sound good, but the fact the subscriptions had tripled wasn't that big of a deal, since we'd started with only around 50 subscribers when I'd taken over. And we think she needs a full-time secretary more than us here looking over her shoulder. Do you mean an assistant? Mama corrected her as she played along. You're right. Violet could use a full-time assistant with all the perks. Before too long, Mama had a better job and perks than I had as my new assistant. I told you I was going to get some money. Mama held up her red palm, which she'd been scratching. Isn't this going to be great? Mama asked between her closed-toothed smile, waving her red palm at Marge and Louise as they walked down the sidewalk of the office. "We're gonna be working together." "Yeah, great," I grumbled, because I truly had no say in what Marge and Louise did with the newspaper. I had no sort of ownership, no sort of hiring privileges, and certainly no say in Mama's new position. Which means we need to get on down to Dunn Contractors and pick out those light fixtures for your house. Mama was stretching the term house to mean the garage apartment I was going to live in behind the house she'd purchased from Rhett Strickland. He said that his wife would be there to help if he wasn't. His wife? Now Mama had my attention. Carol Dunn. Mama grinned, knowing Carol Dunn was at the top of my suspect list. Only if we take the trolley. I wasn't about to get in that golf cart with her. Chapter 9.
Did you talk to Nora about dating?
Goldie Bennett started in as soon as I sat down. You were going to give dating advice? Mama looked so shocked. I mean, we have strict commandments when it comes to dating. She sat straight as a stick with her ankles crossed. It was how I got your daddy. Did she forget that she'd also left my daddy? First off, Nora needs to know that she's got to dress a little better. Impressing the mama and daddy of her suitor is important, which means she needs to be chivalrous and state right off the bat she needs to be treated like royalty. As Mama gave Goldie her dating commandments, I was starting to see why I was single. Which circles right back around to how she looks. Nora is a pretty girl, but it looks like it takes her less than 5 minutes to get ready. Now that just won't do. It takes me 5 minutes to put on my second coat of lipstick. I sighed and stared out the trolley's windows. The smell of the sea had long passed as the trolley made its way to the countryside of Holiday Junction. Freshly rolled hay wafted through the windows and reminded me of taking hay rides at the local pumpkin patch when I was a child. Those memories included Mama and Daddy, reminding me I'd yet to call him back. I needed to. Not that I see Nora doing this, but she certainly doesn't need to chase any men, flirt with every one of them, or cross the line of a hoochie mama. Goldie snorted out loud, just encouraging Mama to continue. She needs to master dating. If he likes to boat, hike, or just read, she needs to be able to do all of those activities and seem like she enjoys them. Ain't that right, Violet? I just agreed, though I was still thinking about Carol Dunn and how to approach the subject of Peter Hill. Now, I don't know if Nora has any exes, but she's going to run into them in this small village if she does. She needs to know how to handle those situations. And don't get me started on how she needs to expect a big wedding. Full wedding regalia portrait and all. China registry and at least 9 or 10 bridesmaids. Mama had done married off poor Nora. Don't get me going on her fingernails. Poor girl chews them down to the nubbins. But most important of all, she's gonna have to realize she's gonna always play second fiddle to the spouse's parents. That's why Violet hasn't found the right man yet. Right, Violet? Whatever you say, Mama. I found Mama's commandments on dating similar to directions Southerners gave. You know, go yonder and turn by the big flagpole. Once you turn there, you'll go about another mile or 2 until you see that big rock on the side of the road. Once you're past that, you'll see a gravel road to the right. Take that road and you'll be there." Only Southerners understood one another, and by the way Goldie Bennett was looking at Mama when we'd made it back to downtown Holiday Junction, Mama had entertained her.
"She's a fun one, your mama."
Goldie didn't have to tell me that when I got off the trolley. After this, I thought we'd go to the Jiggle Joint to get a celebratory drink for my new job. Mama stood on the sidewalk in front of Brewin' Beans and pointed at the alley next to it. "Let's go." "Behind there?" I peeked down the small space, and a chill crawled up my leg. "That's where Dunn Contractors is located." Mama led the way behind Brewin' Beans, where we walked up a flight of metal stairs to a door with Dunn Contractors lettered on it in vinyl. "Knock, knock," Mama said, announcing her entrance as she opened the door. The office space was wide open with 3 desks. All 3 of them faced the door, and the view from the windows was breathtaking. You could take in the ocean as far as it went. The lighthouse stood tall. Even though it was sunny out, I could see the lights atop Darren's home rolling around and a flicker of orange from where he'd changed the bulbs for Halloweenie. My breath caught and my heart jumped when I caught sight of the small outside deck of the lighthouse. Darren and I had sat there for a long time one night. "How do?" Mama said, to someone I recognized as Carol Dunn from the online researching I'd done at the library. "I'm Millie K. Rhinehammer, assistant to the editor-in-chief of the Junction Journal." She pointed at me. "My daughter, Violet. And we are here to talk to you about a motive to have killed Peter Hill. And to pick out some lights for Violet's apartment."
"Excuse me?"
Carol Dunn's look of horror was worse than Peter Hill's look of death. "Let me talk." I moved past Mama with my hand outstretched. "I'm Violet Rhinehammer, and your husband Sawyer just met my mama over at her new house on Hart Way." Carol shook my hand, but with a little reluctancy. "Sawyer told me about that project." She pulled her hand away and stuck them both in the front pockets of her long-sleeved black romper. There was a subtle hint of the Halloweenie spirit on the chest pocket where she'd stuck a pin that read, "Happy Halloween." Other than that, she didn't seem to be too much in the holiday spirit for someone who slid right into the role she'd been trying to secure, based on what I understood of the last few years. President of Holiday Junction Planning Committee. While we do need to pick out some lights for the apartment, I'm also wanting to talk to you about Peter Hill. I'd love to get your side of the relationship between the two of you. I was going to dance around the fact that Peter had shot down every single idea Carol had brought to the committee. But maybe Mama's tactic was just better. "Here goes nothing," I shrugged and looked at Mama, who gave a wide smile. Then I turned back to Carol. "You see, all the research I've done for the article going in the Junction Journal points at an unhealthy working environment between you and Peter. The two of you never saw eye to eye on a project." "Eye to eye?" she cackled. "You mean he never laid an eye on what I had proposed?" "Exactly. I understand by reading the minutes taken at the meetings, he shot down anything you had to offer. Also, I was told you were planning on running against him in the next election for the president role. Something you don't have to do if he's dead." Mama's head swiveled as she pointed that out with a little more vigor than necessary. "Just admit you are a tiny bit happy you get to sample the job before they haul you off to jail." "Mama," I gasped and swung my head toward her. "Here, I dug down into the pocket of my bag and pulled out my credit card. I want to get outfits to wear throughout the event. You know, the kind you have with the cute pumpkins and stuff. I knew I was going to regret sending her there. Why don't you go over to Emily's Treasures and check out what they've got? You're joking, right? Mama was more surprised at me asking her to get me an outfit than I was. Does it look like I'm joking? You've bought my clothes plenty of times. She did, but I never wore them. I'll be right back in a jiffy. She snatched the credit card from my fingers, then she shook it at me. I know exactly what I want to get. I told Emily the other day. Emily, I said. Mama loved to retell her conversations. My daughter, Violet Rhinehammer, you know, the editor of the Junction journal. Carol shifted her weight to the side and took her hands out of her pockets. She crossed her arms over her chest and tilted her head, her lips pressed together. Of course she knew you, but I said, my Violet would look so good in this outfit. Mama smiled so big. Well, I'd love to stay and see how all this turns out, but I better get going if I want to get that outfit before someone else grabs it right up. Carol and I stood there in silence until we heard the last of Mama's footsteps on the metal stairs. I'm sorry, Mama gets a little ahead of herself. I needed to apologize for Mama. Something I was getting really good at since she'd moved to Holiday Junction. I get it. I look guilty, I admit it. But I would never kill someone over a committee job. I only want to do what's best for Holiday Junction. Which means if the tourists come, the shops want to expand, grow, and hire Sawyer to do the work. It's an equal opportunity for everyone. When Carol put it that way, she didn't seem so scary or deadly, or even a killer. Not even if you got upset all those times he shot down any sort of idea or new projects you try to propose at any of the meetings? I watched her body language. All reporters had to learn to do that if they were going to be good at their job. There were so many times I'd been interviewing someone, and they'd shrug off a question. But the slightest wiggle of the shoe, straightening of the shoulders, or even twitch of the lip, told me they were avoiding something. That was when a good reporter continued to pepper them with questions in hopes they'd break. But Carol didn't. She was as cool as a cucumber. I wasn't that threatening either. You don't hold any sort of grudge or malice toward him for not letting done contractors run ads in the journal? I tried to be as direct as Mama to see if Carol would confess. I mean, if I couldn't run an ad because of the man I was on a committee with had some sort of vendetta against me because he bought up all the ad space, I'd be fairly upset. Upset enough that over time I'd want it to stop. And the only way for it to stop would be to get rid of the one making it happen. Look, Violet. Carol shook her head and motioned for me to sit down as she took a seat behind one of the 3 desks. Am I a saint? No. But am I a killer? Absolutely not. I knew he was doing those things, so we got smarter. We started to go door to door with flyers for done contractors. My husband went to each shop and put business cards at the counter. He even leased some space from Rhett Strickland to erect our own billboards. I'm lucky I'm not dead because Peter went crazy and tried to get the committee to vote down the billboards when we had plenty of billboards here. Only they weren't from Dunn. I decided to run so I could work my way up the committee and eventually run for the presidential role. If I can get rid of the ad scheme he was running, though it was hard to prove it since he was hiding behind the funding from the committee, I know I can effectively continue to use the ad spend money by including all the shops and businesses, regardless of my personal feelings about the owners. She made so much sense that I was clearly going down the wrong path to point her as the suspect. It will bring tourism and keep all our profits. What benefits one should benefit the others. That's how I'm trying to make sure our tourism doesn't slow down like it has in the past few years from Peter's lack of good advertising. She finished. Can you tell me why Peter had such a hard time with you and Sawyer? I asked. Sure. Years ago, there was a murder during the Halloweenie festival. Peter Hill and a few others gave witness statements about who they saw commit the murder. There was no way the man put behind bars did it. He worked for us, and at the time of the murder, he was out at our house sleeping off a bender. A bender? You mean drunk? I had to know for sure what type of substance this man used. Alcohol, she frowned. He was a good kid. He didn't hurt anyone. Even if they said he was robbing them. He had no reason to rob them. We paid him nicely. Don't get me wrong, Jay has a temper, but I don't think he killed Peter's father. Peter's father? I asked. She confirmed with a solid nod. Can you give me his name? Jay Renner, she sighed. Why would Peter hold something like Jay Renner's arrest against you? It wasn't adding up to a good reason. I just couldn't believe Jay would go to jail on Peter Hill's statement alone. We've been fighting for Jay's release all these years. She'd nod on her lip. The problem is with all of this happening right now. It's probably not a coincidence Peter was killed. She hesitated. Normally I wouldn't talk about this, and certainly not to a reporter. But if there's the possibility someone thinks Sawyer or I did it, then I need to tell my story. I'm willing to print it. I pulled out my notebook from my bag and crossed my legs to use my top thigh as a desk so I could write. Can I also record this conversation? Yes. Carol waited for me to get all set up before she started. Do you want me to start from the beginning? Yes, please. I opened the voice memo tool on my phone and scooted it across the desk so it was closer to her. Jay Renner was a young man who ran away from somewhere north and showed up in Holiday Junction. He was hanging around the downtown area, and when Sawyer noticed him, he offered him a job. After he took the job, we knew he could afford food but couldn't afford to pay rent, or even rent a room at the Jubilee Inn. We opened the top of Sawyer's workshop over the garage as a place for Jay to stay. She smiled as if it were a fond memory. I'd never seen someone get so excited over an old military cot and a space heater. She waved her hands up as if she were trying to get back to her story. Jay did odd jobs around the house after getting home from a full day on a contracted job. After we'd gotten to know Jay fairly well, Sawyer and I had finally convinced him to reach out to his family. So they had peace knowing he wasn't dead. Even though by the time we'd gotten him to do it, he was already an adult. She opened the top drawer of the desk and pulled out a photo frame. That's him between Sawyer and me. The man in the photo stood taller than Carol or Sawyer. He wore a soiled white tee and a pair of khaki pants. The hems of the latter haphazardly tucked into the tongues of his work boots. His hair was a little long and scraggly from what appeared to be a long day's work. The smile on his face was bright, and moved your eyes past the observation that his clothes weren't tidy, but neither were Sawyer's. Anyways, Peter's father, Alan, was the president of the committee at the time, and there were some issues with Halloweenie that year. I wasn't sure what, but Alan had been down at the square. He was a gruff man, and if you don't think Peter got along with anyone, he got it honest. She sat back and sighed. Someone heard some yelling while everyone was down setting up their vendor tents and getting ready for the week-long celebration. That was when Peter and Sawyer took off, when they heard the screaming. Someone had run from the scene with a Dunn contractor's jacket on. There was only one person who owned that jacket. Jay Renner, I stated. Yes, we'd gotten him the jacket because he loved to work out in the cold. He said the fresh air did him good, and I couldn't let him get cold. She frowned. Since he worked for the company and we were growing at the time, I thought it would be neat for him to be a sort of a walking billboard. He loved it. Which brings me back to the questions. I leaned forward and put my hands and notebook on the desk. Why would Jay have killed Alan, and why would you and Sawyer not think it was him if he was seen running away with the jacket on? Alan and Peter were trying to take over everything dealing with tourism at the time. Alan was the president, and Peter had been elected vice president. Everything was done in their favor, not for the good of the community. Even business sanctions and taxes had to be approved. If it didn't benefit the Hills, then it didn't benefit Holiday Junction. As she told the story, I remembered that a few months ago, when I started to take over the Phelan paper, the Stricklands had mentioned how tourism had slowed down over time. Carol's story made complete sense of that now. That was when I decided to run against Alan for president that year. When Alan was killed and Peter was put in the position automatically, Peter started to point fingers at Jay and give all sorts of statements about him hanging around different places. Here and there, snooping, taking notes, all sorts of accusations that just so happened to be around property owned by the Hills. She picked up the frame and looked at it again. There was slight movement on the edges of her lips. The theory in court was we'd taken Jay in, and now the Hills were doing everything they could to make life hard for us. And that meant him as well. If Jay got rid of Alan, things would get better. Was he taking notes? Carol looked up, a little bafflement on her face. Is that what you got out of this? An innocent man is sitting in jail because a powerful person in the community swore in court it was him. She leaned back, looked away, and rolled her eyes. No, I'm saying if there were some documentations, like Jay writing things down in a notebook like Peter had testified. Then maybe you have evidence he wasn't writing anything down. I don't know. I shook my head. In my line of work, anything and nothing are potential leads. Clues to help. My mind shifted back to the little argument Louise and Marge had in my office when Marge accused Louise of losing a file for the trial. Was this the trial? I put the assumption in the back of my head so I could concentrate on what Carol was saying. Jay is an artist. He's very good at drawing. He would sit for hours with his notebook and sketch, she said. Do you still have those? I would love to see them to find if they had any clues about Jay and what he was doing around the Hills property as Peter Hill had claimed. Yes, we have them in a box in the apartment garage. She blinked a few times. He's been in jail for over 10 years. What good is that going to do now? The real question is why would someone kill Peter Hill, I said. Jay is up for parole. They couldn't get him on full murder charges because there was no other evidence than Peter's testimony. Peter was scheduled to go to the parole hearing to give a statement. Carol gulped.
Oh no, it does look like I'm a suspect.
With you being the vice president, now the president, and Jay up for parole, the only thing stopping you from having both was Peter Hill and his testimony. I knew I had to go back to the office to get some information on this murder case concerning Jay Renner.
I didn't do it. I was home with Sawyer.
I hate to play devil's advocate, but wouldn't Sawyer be your alibi even if you weren't with him? I had to ask.
Probably, but we have cameras on our property. If someone comes and goes, we have it recorded. I can prove I didn't leave all night until the next day. And from what I understand, Peter had been dead at least 8 hours before he was found.
The phone on her desk rang.
I'm sorry, I have to get back to work. But if you want to swing by the house, I'm more than happy to let you see Jay's notebooks.
She answered the phone and at the same time scribbled her address on a sticky note, which she handed to me. My phone rang, so I waved goodbye to Carol, whispering that I'd call her later, and held the sticky note up in the air so she knew what I was talking about. I'm coming, Mama, I said when I answered the phone, since she'd be calling about right now to let me know she'd scored me the perfect outfit.
It's your daddy.
My father's voice caught me off guard. Daddy, I'm so sorry, I was expecting... I pulled my lips together and tugged on the door handle behind me to make sure the door was shut. I stood on the little platform of the steps and took in the view. There was no better time to stand still so Mama could stay in her happy place of shopping for me while I talked to Daddy.
I know you're busy, pretty girl.
Daddy called me by the name he always used for me. It was always pretty girl this, pretty girl that. My daddy was the biggest cheerleader even when I wasn't so pretty on the inside. Not too busy for you, Daddy. My heart ached from the tone in his voice. He was always such a strong man in appearance and tone. Are you getting the house ready for Halloween? I know there's all those boxes up in the attic that are labeled. Mama did a good job of making sure every holiday decoration was tidy, neat, and put away perfectly so you didn't have to hunt and peek come time next year.
I can't even think about the next few months of holidays without your mama here.
Concern laced Daddy's voice.
How is Millie Kay? Is she all right, pretty girl?
You know Mama. She makes the tea sweeter even if it tastes bitter. I sighed as I tried to think of something to say. Daddy, why did Mama come out here? I mean, she's welcome anytime and so are you. But why all this talk of a divorce? Of course I talked to my father over the course of the time Mama had been here, but I had never approached the subject of divorce in hopes Mama would eventually come to her senses. Which she clearly had not. It was time to find out exactly what was going on.
You don't need to bother your pretty little head with all this.
Daddy always tried to shield me from everything, not just things that went on at home. So to say I was shocked when Mama showed up talking of divorce was an understatement.
I just need to talk to her, if she'd just talk to me.
If I knew what was wrong, I could talk to her and find out what was going on. I encouraged him to open up to me.
She said there's no spark. You were the spark, and you jetted off, leaving us with no spark.
Daddy just told me exactly what I'd feared. I glanced down to the bottom of the stairs where Mama had turned up with an armful of bags. Daddy, I can't talk right now, but I will call you back. I hung up the phone and threw it in my bag. I'm coming down. You're done already? Mama looked up. She flung her hand up to her brows, covering the glare of the sun so she could see me. A bag nearly knocked her in the head. Yes, and we've got a lot to find out. I'm glad you're my assistant because you're gonna be busy, I told her when I greeted her at the bottom of the stairs. Having Mama scour the internet for everything she could find out about Jay Renner was the perfect job to keep her busy, while I figured out what to do about her and Daddy, and knowing that I dulled the spark in their life. A heavy burden for a daughter they encouraged to shine. With Mama all set up at the office, though she wasn't doing a bit of work. More importantly, investigative work. She was going through the shopping bags. When I left her to head down to the jiggle joint, she was talking to herself about how she liked each item she'd bought. Can you believe that? I picked up my empty glass and rattled the ice against it, signaling Darren for another vodka and soda.
Honey.
Owen sighed and looked at Sean, the other full-time bar customer.
Sometimes things happen. You're not a parent yet, but when you make your whole world about your kids and not your marriage, the kids leave and you look at your spouse not recognizing who you married.
Sean wasn't too bad on giving me the truth about what probably happened to my parents. But we were the perfect family. I tipped the glass back and sucked a piece of ice into my mouth.
You are, but they aren't the perfect couple.
Owen didn't have to be so bold. I glared at him. Darren, I hollered over the thumping music the dancer on stage had chosen as her accompaniment. I need a refill.
No, you don't.
Darren moseyed down the backside of the bar. He grabbed my empty glass, whipped the towel from his shoulder, and wiped off the wet ring the glass had made on the counter.
You need to get back to work.
I left my new assistant at the office to look up some stuff while I came here to take a much-needed break. I pointed at the glass. Fill her up. When Owen picked up the full beer bottle in front of him, Darren shot him a look as if he could read Owen's mind.
Nope,
Darren said.
You give her that bottle and you'll never see me serve you another one. Ever.
Slowly, Owen pulled his hand away from the beer.
Sorry, kiddo,
Owen said out of the side of his mouth.
Looks like you're on your own on this one.
The sun bolted through the door of the jiggle joint, giving off the only real light besides the many neon signs hanging up behind the bar and the dim spotlight on the dancer. A dark silhouette covered up some of the sunshine before another person hid the rest. It wasn't until they both walked in that I noticed it was Fern Banks and another woman. I slumped down on the stool and slightly turned toward Sean and Owen so she didn't see me.
Too late.
Darren tapped the bar with his fingertips.
Ladies, welcome.
I slightly turned my chin to glance over my shoulder, and Fern was still standing at the front of the bar with the woman next to her and the door closed. She blinked a few times before she squinted and pointed at me. The music was too loud for me to hear what she was saying, but I could see she was clearly coming my way. Go figure. I knew you were a drinker, even though you claimed you never drank when you beat me at the sign competition on St. Patrick's Day. Fern wore a body-hugging white dress that was decorated like a ghost, its face and mouth painted on. The hem was scalloped like a waving ghost. This is my mom, Nettie. What? I asked her and put an ear toward her. This is my mom, Nettie Banks, Fern screamed. Nice to meet you, I yelled over the music. Then I smiled and wiggled my shoulders to the music. We need you. Fern was talking, but I couldn't hear her. I tucked my hair behind my ear closer to them so I could hear. I can't hear you, I mouthed because there was no sense in trying to really talk. The music ended just as Fern opened her mouth. Matthew Strickland has named my mother a suspect in Peter Hill's murder, and we need you to help us." She screamed in the dead silence of the bar and glared at Darren. Chapter 10. After Fern Banks came into the jiggle joint, wielding her sword of words against not just Chief Matthew Strickland, who had hauled Nettie down to the station for questioning, but the entire Strickland family, it took about 2 drinks to calm her down. The facts were the facts, and Nettie was someone who'd had a public argument with Peter. That little bit of information alone made her look suspicious, as did the fact that Peter had put a little dent in her income. Money was a huge motive for murder. I wasn't saying she did it, but I wasn't saying she didn't. She clearly had motive and no alibi, which didn't put her in the best place to be marked off the suspect list. With some coaxing and assurance, because I had to deal with my own family issues and didn't have time to listen to Fern and Nettie ramble on about the Stricklands, I told them I'd stop by Bubbly Boutique tomorrow and see what I could find. Clearly, I needed to do some more digging around about the case. Now that it looked as though Carol Dunn didn't do it, I had to know all about this murder that had taken place 10 years ago. Fern wasn't happy that my plan required waiting until tomorrow. Nettie was the more reasonable one, though she had some deep-rooted fears in her eyes when she reluctantly agreed to meet me in the morning. First thing, as soon as the store opened. That was the agreement. Of course, Daddy wasn't letting up. At some point, I was going to have to address this whole divorce idea the two of them had. That included more text messages from Mama and Daddy. Daddy sent more of the sad sort of texts, including photos of an uncarved pumpkin sitting on the fireplace. Clearly not what we'd been used to. There wasn't even a string of the light-up candy corn garland Mama used to string across the mantel year after year. It was just a sad, lonely orange pumpkin, and even that was lopsided. Something else Mama wouldn't have done. But Mama's texts? Man, oh man, they had a different tone than Daddy's. She was sending me photos of the small courtyard of the house on Hart Way, where she'd strung up new lights of both the garland and twinkly white Christmas-style types. She also had several carved and uncarved pumpkins of various sizes that were stacked on top of one another. Some sat on the bale of hay beside the fodder shock, and the scarecrow stuck next to it. Mama also sent a photo of the long patio table she'd bought, which looked like it was set for supper. I didn't doubt that it was, even though Mama always kept her table set as if she were expecting company. And that was her excuse. She said that you always needed to be prepared for visitors, since most of the time they came calling around supper time. She was a true Southern hostess, and that included celebrating every single holiday and decorating for it to the hilt. Mama fit right in with Holiday Junction, but left poor Daddy out in the cold. Mama had told me to come to the house instead of the inn because she'd started to move more and more boxes into the house. The inspector had given her a temporary move-in occupancy until the lights were completed in my apartment. Good news for me, because that meant Mama could sleep at her new house and I could have the bed at the Jubilee Inn all to myself tonight. Flower Works, the local florist, was still open. And it dawned on me when I passed by the tablescape display in the window that Mama didn't have a centerpiece on the patio table. Bringing her one would be a nice gesture and she'd love it. Also, I couldn't resist taking in all the gorgeous arrangements I could see sitting on the tables in Flower Works. Like most of the shops in Holiday Junction, Flower Works was a punny take on fireworks. The 4th of July was another huge occasion for Holiday Junction. Even the shop's logo was adorable. A stick of dynamite that shot bright and colorful flowers and had the flower works name printed on the side. The large yellow sunflowers in the 3 mason jars nestled in a long wooden tray with handles on each end caught my eye. Immediately, I walked over to the display, which was arranged on a wooden farmhouse table with 4 place settings sitting on wicker plate chargers. My mama would have done that to her table. "Hi there." The woman greeted me with a smile. "You're the new reporter in town." She pointed at me. Didn't her mama tell her it wasn't nice to point at someone? I didn't say it out loud and realized that was something Mama would have said. My goodness, it was time Mama moved into her own place. "I am." I stuck my hand out very professional. "Violet Rhinehammer. Betsy Carmichael." There was an instant likability about her. "Nice to meet you. What can I help you with?" "Something about Peter Hill?" I blinked a few times. Did people see me as just the reporter and not part of the community? If that was the case, I knew it wasn't good. "I'm sorry." She put a hand to her chest. "I just assumed you were here because you helped with the other cases. And I will just stop talking now. Actually, I'm here to pick up something for my mama's new place on Hart Way, and this caught my eye right away." I reached out and touched the sunflowers. "They're real." I was surprised because they were so perfect. Everything we design is real and alive, except some of the embellishments like the pumpkins and ribbons. If you were to purchase this, I'd love to jazz it up a little with some of the orange ribbon with the gold trim. We just got it in this afternoon, and I've been so busy fulfilling orders for the Hills that I wasn't able to get any designs made with it. She didn't bother waiting for me to agree or disagree. She hurried off and said, "I'll be right back." I liked her. She seemed open to talking about Peter Hill and owned a shop, so she might have been affected by the advertising scheme in which Peter seemed to be involved. "I saw these when I was opening the ribbon box and just have to throw a few of those in there too." She held up a couple of little plastic pumpkins. "The sunflowers will last about 7 days at their peak, and Millie Kay is more than welcome to come in and get a new boutique to refresh the look. Or," she grinned, "not that I want to upsell you, but Millie Kay seems to decorate with a lot of flowers." By the way she was talking about Mama and calling her by name, I knew they'd been introduced. "You know her already." My eyes grew, and I grinned and shook my head, wondering if that was a good thing or a bad one. "She's always in here buying flowers for everyone," Betsy said and sighed. "Always thinking of others." That's Mama. Thinking of others, my honey. When Mama brought flowers to someone, unless she was sending them to a funeral, she was hunting for something. I had to stop Millie Kay from buying up all my flowers during Mother's Day week. She was in here every day. Betsy's words jogged my memory. I forgot about that, I laughed. If you didn't know, she's been living with me at the Jubilee Inn until her house is ready. And the week of Mother's Day, she had that place looking like she'd started her own florist shop. She does have an eye for decorating, and I offered her a job. But she said you were her full-time job. Betsy snickered. Her house must be ready if you're in here wanting to purchase the tablescape. Betsy picked up the arrangement and took it to the workstation in the back corner of the shop. All the tools needed to decorate, design, cut, and wrap hung on hooks attached to the wall beneath the open shelves, where vases in all sorts of colors, sizes, shapes, and designs sat. Today the inspector gave her temporary occupancy, and she's already taken full advantage of it by fixing supper. I lollygagged as I made my way back to talk to her, taking in all the different types of bouquets and arrangements Betsy had in the shop.
Then we must zhuzh it up for her.
Betsy pulled a long piece of the sparkly orange ribbon out at arm's length before she cut it. She weaved it in, out, and around all the mason jars, fluffing the edges up as she went along. Then she took another long piece and did the same to the other side of the tray to fill in its gaps.
I'm guessing she's planning on staying if she's bought a home.
I wasn't sure if Betsy was asking or just making small talk, but I knew it was a good way for me to ask her about her time here in Holiday Junction. She does. I left out the part about her wanting to divorce my dad. I'm going to be living in the garage she's had made into an apartment-type dwelling, but it's more of a house, and I'm going to be paying rent. Something in me felt the need to tell her I wasn't a freeloader on Mama. You mentioned something about Peter Hill and how you'd been busy making flowers for him? I gave her a quick glance out of the corner of my eye to see if she had a reaction. When nothing was visible, I continued. Have they made funeral arrangements yet?
No, Curtis hasn't released his body yet, but everyone is getting in their orders because I can get really backed up.
She stepped back from the arrangement and tilted her head a few times before she dug her hands back in, fluffing, moving, and rearranging the elements until she repeated the activity. Did you know Peter Hill well? I asked.
I know Vicky.
She picked at the edges of the ribbon and made them wavy.
She comes in a lot. She's a member of the Red, White, and Bloom Club.
She pulled her hands out of the flowers and took a brochure from the acrylic holder sitting on one of the shelves behind her.
Which was what I was going to say about Millie Kay. It's an awards program where you pay $200 a year and come in here to pick out a fresh bouquet each week. When you spend money, you also get rewards to upgrade your weekly bouquet. There's also the holiday discount that goes with each holiday or special occasion.
She said out of the side of her mouth like it was a secret,
If you've not realized it yet, every holiday around Holiday Junction is a special occasion.
Something caught her attention and she glanced up and waved. I looked back to the front of the shop to see who she was waving at and saw it was Christine and Paisley. They had to be on their nightly walk. We waved to one another, too.
You're going to miss the Jubilee Inn.
Betsy threw herself back into the tablescape. Oh, yes, I am. She's been amazing since I moved here and very welcoming. I sighed and knew I would miss my daily conversations and check-ins with Christine. Not that I couldn't stop by there to chat, but it was different when you practically lived with someone other than your mama.
Not that you didn't know.
Betsy shifted her eyes and gave me a quick glance before she moved them back to the arrangement.
But Peter Hill sure did make it hard for people around here to advertise in the Junction Journal. Today I went to the emergency meeting and Carol Dunn made a promise to fix the bylaw stating the extra money was going to be used for everyone. That's promising.
I couldn't go to the meeting, but I think I can get the minutes from Nora. I heard some rumblings about Peter and how he was creative with the ad spend money. I didn't say anything about what I'd really heard because it wasn't good for my journalist reputation to be a gossip. I don't deal with the ads much. That's up to Marge and Louise, but after someone mentioned it to me, I totally went down that rabbit hole. I picked up the piece of ribbon Betsy had clipped off and curled it around my finger. Not that most of those shop owners didn't have motive. Money is one of the number one reasons people get murdered. But it's this whole Jay Renner deal that's got me curious."
Jay Renner.
Betsy jerked up.
I forgot all about that.
It was 10 years ago. I refreshed her memory, hoping she'd have something to say.
It doesn't seem like that long ago. I'd heard they brought the ghost walk back.
The ghost walk? You mean Herschel's over at the Brewin' Beans? I asked to verify.
That was when Jay killed Peter's dad.
She moved one of the pumpkins to the side of the middle mason jar, and then moved it back to where she'd plucked it from. "Did you know Jay?" I asked.
Everyone knew him. He was a kid when he got to town, which was when the Dunns took him in. He was an adult by the time the trial took place, so that's how he got convicted.
She stepped back again to get another look at her handiwork.
It was all circumstantial evidence, and I swear Carol Dunn ran for president just to keep a reminder to Peter about Jay. Peter was awful to the Dunns after that.
She looked up. A curious thought appeared to have crossed her mind. Her mouth opened as though she was going to say something. Then she closed it. "What?" I asked.
"If I recall correctly, after Jay Renner went to prison, Peter started to buy up all the advertising."
Betsy picked up the tray and rotated it around before she set it back down. Satisfied with her work and the additions she'd made to it, she started to pick up all the stray pieces and extras she didn't use on the workstation.
After the advertisers who had somehow bothered Peter or the Hills in general started to realize what he'd done by snatching up all the spots, they started to boycott the paper. And that only left Marge and Louise in a bind.
"How so?" I asked, and remembered Carol Dunn mentioned they had cameras to verify she was home, and that footage would be easy for Chief Strickland to obtain.
I didn't want to subscribe to the paper after what he'd done to Christine and Hubert. And the rest of the shops who were left out of his little scheme felt the same.
She picked up one of those sales pads and wrote out my ticket. She ripped off the top copy and handed it to me.
"We might be small businesses, but we are mighty in numbers. The decline and death of the newspaper was inevitable until you showed up. You're breathing new life into it. And with Peter gone, maybe we will start advertising again."
"I'd love to have you in there," I said. Even though it wasn't my department to get ads, Marge and Louise had told me to keep up the good work. This was good work. "Why don't we start now? I can give you a 10% discount on a quarter-page ad in the physical paper next week, along with a write-up featuring Mama's tablescape. And I can also give you a sidebar on the online ad.
And I'll give you 50% off a red, white, and bloom subscription just for making my day."
Betsy took the receipt back and finagled it back to where she'd torn it so she could write up the subscription. "Put another one on there for Mama, too," I winked. Chapter 11. Mama was listening to some Barry Manilow in the small courtyard of the new house on Hart Way when I got there. "You didn't," she gushed, and took the tablescape. "I've been looking for something to go on my table." "I noticed in the photos you sent me that you didn't have anything. And what is a Millie K table without a gorgeous arrangement?" I said. She took it from me, hurried it over, and put it right in the middle of the patio table, where it looked better than I'd pictured it. "And you can go each week to swap out flowers, because I've given you a subscription to Flowerworks, Red, White, and Bloom." I took the brochure out of my bag and handed it to her. "My housewarming gift to you." "Oh, Violet," Mama squealed with glee. "Thank you, honey." She stood there looking at me with tears in her eyes. "It's just flowers," I reminded her. "If I'd known you were going to cry, I wouldn't have brought them." "It's not that. It's just that your daddy and I talked about this moment when you were a little girl. He'd complain about all those clothes I'd buy you, and how I'd take you down to Cuticles to get your hair all done up by Helen Pyle before all your beauty pageants, because it was costly. And I told him one day it'd pay off and you'd be doing things for me." "I always do things for you. I love doing things for you." I hugged her. "I mean doing things without there being a takeaway." Mama confused me. "Like this. You did this on your own, with your own money, without any sort of holiday or reason. Just because I moved into this silly old house." She wiped the tears off her cheek. "I love you, and I want you to be happy." I meant that, even if I didn't understand what she and Daddy were doing, but I was willing to see both sides and love them both equally. But I understood what she was saying. In no uncertain terms, she was saying I'd grown up. This seemed to be a defining moment in our relationship, from mother raising a daughter to a mother and daughter friendship. We gave each other one last hug. Then we pulled away and looked at how ideal the piece I'd picked out was as the finishing touch she needed to make the perfect autumn outdoor space. I was about to tell Mama that we needed to look into Millard Ramsey and her son, the Headless Horseman, because she had a motive to kill Peter. He was going to get rid of her horseback riding tourist attraction. Then there was the whole aspect of Nettie Banks being named a suspect, and the matter of the beauty pageant. I was still having a hard time wrapping my head around a Jay Renner, and how he killed Peter's dad on the last ghost walk. Now with Mama working at the paper, I could give her some things to look up, or even go to see Nora at the library to get the meeting notes from when Peter had brought up Millard Ramsey. "I can't be looking like I've been crying when company gets here." She rushed over and picked up a spoon from the set table and looked at herself. "Company? I figured she'd had the table set like she'd always done." "Mm-hmm." A mischievous smile curled up on the edges of her face. "I think they're here now." Marge, Louise, Christine, Darren, and Carol Dunn all walked around the corner of the house and let themselves in through the gate. "Mama, what did you do?" I asked. "Got all the suspects in one place. We are gonna solve this thing right here and right now." There were no limits to what Mama could do. Chapter 12. Mama always did say to go to the source. I just didn't figure she'd bring all the sources to me. I couldn't discuss all the things I needed to with her in this mixed company. Everyone here still had motive, but I'd pretty much eliminated them from the suspect list. "When Millie Kay called," Marge said across the table from me. Next to her sat Carol Dunn. Mama squeezed in a third on that side with Christine next to Carol. She paused as though she were choosing her words. I took a moment to look around where Mama had placed everyone around the table. Make no mistake, everyone had a place to be where they were sitting. Only Mama knew why she put them there. Next to me was Darren, and I was sure Mama had strategically placed him there. Mama sat at the head of the table to my left, and Louise was at the opposite head of the table to my right. Again, the seating was planned out of respect for her being my possible love interest's mama. I can guarantee that was Mama's thinking process. Louise and I were a little skeptical. Then we got to thinking about what might happen if we did an exposé with the people who did have motive. Marge planted her elbows on the table and folded her hands together. She looked down the table at Louise. We could help Matthew's investigation by spurring things along and not dilly-dallying on these two. Christine and Carol both shifted uncomfortably when Marge pointed them out. The cricket song in the yard took over the silence that had fallen over the table.
Millie Kay?
Leave it to the man in the group who probably felt so uncomfortable with the silence that he had to talk. Not us women. We were waiting to see who was going to crack first.
You've really outdone yourself with this house.
Thank you. She pointed out the small concrete patio where she'd put a rattan sofa and chair with those big fluffy cushions and pillows in front of the stone fireplace, which she'd insisted Sawyer done create out of large stones. Carol's husband spent a lot of time pouring the patio and building the stone fireplace exactly how I wanted it. Which brings me back to a reason Carol and Sawyer would want Peter dead. I mean, if it weren't for me and all the work I had done contractors do, he said they'd be scraping by.
He didn't mean that literally.
Carol scoffed a nervous laugh and reached for the bowl of southern green beans. Mama had put all the vegetables in big bowls. Family style, she called it. Honey, pass that on to Marge, Mama instructed. We will just pass this way. Mama was teaching them southern table manners, only they didn't know it. It was like the way southern women used the famous "bless your heart," and when you were slapped with it, you didn't realize until later it wasn't quite the compliment you thought it was at the time. Mama did that with a lot of things. And I could guarantee the next time I went to supper at the Strickland's home, we'd be passing the beans just like Mama was showing them. Then how did he mean it? Mama circled back around to Carol. From what I understand, these two, Mama had no problem pointing at Marge and Louise, let him have the monopoly on advertisements in their newspaper. Now, I wouldn't say he had the monopoly. Louise cleared her throat and took the plate of cornbread from Darren. What did you call it then? Christine found her voice. He didn't give Jubilee in a spot from the committee advertising budget, and when I called... She sucked in a deep breath, leaned her elbows on the table, and started to say something before Mama gestured for her to take her elbows off the table. Christine moved them and leaned in on her forearms. Mama nodded with approval. I correct myself. I didn't call. I walked down to your house and asked you with cash in my hand to take out an ad, and you said the Holiday Junction Planning Committee had bought up all the advertising for the year. Then the next year, I did the same thing, and you said the same thing. Your dog was the one who bit him. Maybe that was your first attempt to kill him. Marge's words began to heat up the conversation even more. If I recall, Peter had gotten a staph infection. He must have already had the infection dormant in his body. Besides, he shouldn't have broken into the office of the Jubilee Inn where the mayor was resting. Christine looked around the table. Mayor Paisley takes her naps seriously. Christine intended it to be a joke that lightened the mood, but no one thought it was funny. "Honestly," Christine said with a sigh, putting her hands in her lap, "do you think I killed Peter?" She glanced around and found everyone had answered yes by either nodding or speaking. "Seriously? Peter was a jerk, and he did monopolize the newspaper ads. But was it illegal? No. In the committee bylaws, it states they can use the extra funds to promote tourism. He used it to promote his friends, and I came up with a clever way to promote the inn by hosting the photo shoots. They did become wildly popular. And as you know," she pointed at me, "the lines for a photo shoot with Mayor Paisley wrap around the inn, and they're the most popular events during the festivals." "That's true. I've seen it several times because it's hard to leave the inn when there's a photo event." I backed her up. "And even if I could advertise," Christine said, throwing Marge a shoulder and twisting in her chair, "I'm not sure I'd waste my money. Nothing is better than the mayor, and Paisley is so cute. What about Peter having you pay for his medical bills for the staff?" Marge shifted toward Christine. "I offered to pay for them. He didn't ask me to or even bring it up. I did it because it was the right thing to do," Christine scoffed. "Not that you'd know what the right thing is, or you'd never take a deal with the devil, who is Peter." She jutted her finger to Marge. "If anyone had a motive to kill him, it was you and her. Only because Violet single-handedly saved your newspaper over the last few months, and you knew if you didn't go along with Peter's ad scheme, Violet was going to realize it. There's no way she'd support that. I think she's made that pretty clear here tonight." I didn't say. I tried to interject, but Christine kept going. "If Violet's not happy, she leaves, and then you go back to the same old rag as before. But me? I'm throwing my hat behind Carol being the new president and voting for her in the fall to stop what's been happening. And if you've not heard, Hubert is going to run for a board position." "I'm going to be updating the bylaws," Carol nodded. "I want to clarify I didn't kill him, and I've already told Sheriff Strickland. Not that all of you need to know my alibi." Christine crossed her arms, shutting down her part of the conversation. The tension lay over the table and was louder than any chatter darting back and forth.
"And I really love how you've got this eating area with the twinkly lights. It gives a nice cozy feel."
Darren tried desperately to get them off the subject of Peter Hill. I kicked him underneath the table. "Ouch," he said, and threw me a hard look. "Thank you, Darren." Mama always made sure to be polite, but she went right back to why she'd asked us all here and began her line of questioning. "I believe that's the same issue with the Dunns. So it looks like all y'all had motive to kill Peter Hill." "I think we can agree on that." Carol wiped her mouth with her napkin and set it on top of the table next to her plate. Mama pointed at the napkin and shook her head. So Carol slowly slipped her napkin into her lap. "Now that we've established the reason for motive is money," all the ladies opened their mouths like baby birds when she mentioned money, and Mama lifted her hand to silence them. "The Junction Journal needed the money to run the paper. The newspaper to have the backing of the committee is also a very big deal. And to have someone like Peter Hill endorse Matthew for re-election is a perk." Louise crossed her legs.
"And it looks like you've put up more lights because I see some more poles out there by the garage apartment."
Darren cleared his throat. Something about his discomfort was cute. "Yes, it'll be so romantic," Mama winked and shimmied her shoulders. Back to the issue at hand. Mama gave an uncomfortable sigh that made it clear to Darren he was to stop interrupting. I knew he'd gotten the message when he shook his head and focused on eating the piece of cornbread. I hoped he was stuffing his mouth to stop talking because that would make Mama encourage me not to date him. Carol and Christine, as small business owners and two women who have clearly done good for the well-being of Holiday Junction, Mama pointed at Carol. You want to see tourism grow, and Violet here found all the minutes of the meetings where Peter shut down any discussion of topics you wanted to put on the docket. She moved her finger to Christine. Of course, you being the owner of the mayor and having to do those awful photo shoots to make ends meet is downright disgraceful. Not to mention Mayor Paisley using Peter as a squeaky toy. Mama wagged her finger. My Violet can tell you being in the limelight is hard, but you two know that because you snatched her right up. But shame on you for not telling her who really pays her salary. What? I leaned forward and looked at Mama. Peter Hill pays the paper's employees with his little ad scheme. Violet, Mama said, pronouncing my name shamefully. You're smarter and a better investigative reporter than that. With all the guaranteed ad spend the planning committee gives to Peter at the helm, do you think our new president is going to approve that budget? Mama sat back and laughed. I don't think so. After all these years of being left out. She rested each elbow on the arms of the chair and folded her hands in the air in front of her. She stared down the table at Carol and then shifted to Louise. Really, why I brought you here wasn't because we really had to know who killed Peter. How are we going to come to an agreement between the Holiday Junction Planning Committee and Junction Journal on how to pay their two best employees? Mama unclasped her fingers and pointed between her and me. I'm out. Darren pushed back from the table.
Thank you, Millie Kay, for the yummy food and colorful discussion, but I've always sat at the table with the Stricklands, and all they do is discuss business. I'm an adult now, and I don't have to listen to this.
He stood up and looked down at me.
This is why I don't do a lot with my family.
He answered a question I'd asked him many times before when I'd heard Darren referred to as the black sheep of the family. I'm going too. I wiped my mouth with my napkin and laid it on my plate, which was the southern way to say you were finished eating. Thanks, Mama. I'll leave it up to y'all to discuss the way we get paid. I gave Mama a kiss on the cheek and left in a rush so no one could stop Darren and me. Darren and I walked out of the backyard, not a word between us. I wasn't sure if I should apologize for Mama's behavior or if I should just leave it. Clearly, Mama wasn't going anywhere, and people around here would have to get used to her bluntness, though she could have a little more couth to herself. She'd tell me she was using couth by getting to the bottom of the matter.
Well?
Darren called out to me when I started walking down the sidewalk so I could walk back to the Jubilee Inn. What? I saw him holding up an extra helmet for his moped.
Are you coming with me or not?
He shook the helmet. I guess. I haphazardly shrugged like it was no big deal. It was a big deal, though, because some sort of battle was going on between my two biggest bodily organs, my brain and my heart. My heart was battling for my legs to walk, but my brain warned them of danger. As soon as I took the helmet from him, I swear my brain might have cursed at my heart.
Here.
He got annoyed with me fiddling with the strap and pushed my hands away. He stood a couple of inches from me, staring into my eyes as he buckled the strap underneath my chin with ease.
How's that? Too tight?
No, I said in a whisper as my breath caught. No, I stated louder. It feels good. Good. I shook my head.
Great.
He got on the moped, and I snickered.
What?
He leaned back a little to look at me from the sides of his eyes as I got on behind him. It's funny how a grown man drives a moped, that's all. I curled my arms around him.
Only so I can have the ladies hold me.
He snickered and patted my hands before he rotated the handle to make the moped move forward. He drove down Hart Way and up to Main Street, passing the Jubilee Inn. "Where are you going?" I asked, seeing the little bit of sun moving down past the shops, about to set as we drove past them. To see the sunset? My mind replayed the sunset he'd shown me the other night. I forced myself to stick it in the back of my head. I felt like a teenager back in the Daniel Boone National Park who'd just climbed out of her window to go meet a boy. That was a feeling you never forgot.
I don't know. Any place you want to go?
He shrugged and slowed down, allowing us to hear each other. Do you know Sawyer Dunn? I knew we'd just gotten his wife's alibi, but we didn't get his. I was told he and Peter were in the library having a secret conversation.
We are going to go see Sawyer Dunn.
The whiz of the moped engine shifted up, and then my thoughts moved into a totally different direction.
He owes me a favor.
Chapter 13. For someone who wants to be on the Holiday Junction Planning Committee, Carol sure doesn't have the Halloween vibe going. I got off Darren's moped, glanced around the front yard, and looked up at the front of the Dunn house.
Not everyone loves every holiday, remember?
Darren reached out to take the helmet from me and hung it off the rack on the back. Oh, really? Around here? I joked and laid my hand on my chest. I thought it was just me. I really had started to like the light-hearted banter Darren and I seemed to fall into when we were around each other. What kind of favor does he owe you? I asked.
Let's just say it's a favor and leave it at that.
Darren wasn't going to give up his secret. Since I was a great journalist, I knew I could figure it out if I tried hard enough. The moon hung in the dark sky among the multitudes of twinkling stars. It reminded me of home, where there were no big city lights to hinder the true beauty of a pitch-black night sky. The view was something to behold.
Breathtaking, right?
Darren noticed I'd stopped to look around us.
The one thing we have in Holiday Junction is a gorgeous setting all the time.
Yeah, it's beautiful here. You should see where I'm from. I rambled on and on about the Daniel Boone National Forest back in my hometown in Kentucky. And the hikes are amazing, too. Plus, there's all these amazing caves. I followed him up the porch. He knocked on the door. You can even take a boat ride in one cave.
I can't wait to see it.
Darren's response stopped me in my tracks. He smiled as he knocked again.
Don't worry. I'm not asking you to take me.
I didn't say I wouldn't take you. I gulped back the sudden strange feelings I was having.
Your face did.
The door swung open right on time, so I didn't have to say anything about my face. I was generally great at covering my feelings. What was it about Darren that made me let down my guard?
Darren!
Sawyer looked past Darren's shoulder. He greeted me with a nod and smile.
Hi there.
He opened the storm door open.
Come on in. Carol isn't here right now. She's gone to a dinner party or something.
He turned and walked back into the house. Darren held the storm door and gestured for me to go ahead of him, like a good gentleman would do. It didn't make me feel right because I didn't know the Dunns, and he did, so I pointed for him to go.
Probably something about fundraising or something. You know Carol.
We landed in the kitchen where it looked as if he were doing some work for his contractor company at the bar. A drink was on the counter, too.
Sit down.
Darren pulled out a stool and then another, one for him and one for me. I climbed up on the high stool and sat down, looking around for any sort of Halloween decoration. There was nary a pumpkin to be seen.
What can I get you to drink?
He glanced at Darren and me.
I'll have what you're drinking. Looks good.
Darren noticed the small glass that held one large round ice cube.
Bourbon straight up.
Sawyer turned around to the small bar on the kitchen counter. He pulled a small glass from the cabinet and popped the bourbon's cork.
What about you?
He turned over his shoulder as if he were searching for something.
Violet Rhinehammer.
By the way he asked me what I wanted to drink, I knew he was trying to follow it up with my name. I'm Violet.
Yeah, I thought I recognized the name.
He nodded and grinned. The Junction Journal. I sat back and watched him pour the brown liquid from the bottle with ease.
Nope, Millie K.
He picked up the glass, turned back around, and placed it on the island in front of Darren. That's right, I laughed. I should have known. I'm sorry.
No. What would you like to drink? Margarita, beer, wine?
He rattled off a few other drinks and cocktails. Water is fine. I didn't even want that, but took the cold bottle he'd retrieved from the refrigerator with a grateful smile.
Your mother's one of a kind.
He didn't have to tell Darren or me that.
She's been real fun to work with. In fact, Carol told me what she said today about the lights when she came in, and then snuck in the comment about why Carol would have killed Peter Hill.
A wry grin crossed his lips. He picked up his glass and held it up to toast Darren.
She did what?
Darren leaned back on the stool and looked at me.
You didn't tell me that.
I hadn't gotten to talk to you much. I reminded him that it had happened today, and not much time had passed between us leaving Mama's little impromptu get-together and now. You know Mama, she gets right to the issue. Which is why we're here. I nudged Darren.
Yeah?
Sawyer laid the drink on the island, never taking his hand from around it. He looked at Darren.
Do you think she killed Peter Hill?
He snickered and took a drink.
Or do you think I killed Peter Hill? Neither, but I do think it has something to do with Alan Hill.
Immediately, I recognized Darren was beating around the bush about Jay Renner.
How's that?
Sawyer was going to make us work for it. He glanced down at his drink, not looking at us. There hasn't been a ghost walk on Halloweenie since Alan Hill was murdered. From what I understand, Jay was convicted of the murder, but you and the Hills disagreed. Every time Jay is up for a parole hearing, Peter Hill goes to make sure he doesn't get out. I snorted. Because we all know Jay was sent away on circumstantial evidence.
Small town. People want to get justice or feel like they've locked up someone so they can feel safe again.
Sawyer nodded and lifted his glass to me before he took a drink.
They didn't even give him a fair chance.
His lips drew apart as the bourbon slid down his throat. He sighed.
But it also doesn't mean we killed Peter Hill just because there's a parole hearing coming up.
With his hand gripped around the glass, he uncurled his pointer finger and gestured it toward me.
You be sure to write that too,
he smiled.
Because that's why you're here, right?
He wagged the one finger between Darren and me.
You work for his mom, you want the scoop, but you...
He stopped wagging his finger and pointed it at Darren.
You want to make Daddy mad, so you're helping her. Not true at all. In fact, Violet is a great investigator, and she's helped Dad on a couple of cases. She wants to make sure Carol isn't named one of Dad's suspects.
That, and the fact we have a witness who said you and Peter Hill had met privately a few days before he was murdered. Suddenly, I felt like Mama, saying whatever words came to my mind without giving them a second thought, which you could get away with at Mama's age, but not in your 20s.
You're right. The conversation Peter and I had before his death was something that would change Jay's life and people of this town.
Sawyer gnawed on the inside of his cheek and stared at us intently for a few seconds before he turned around and retrieved the bourbon bottle.
Peter had a memory of the night his father was murdered. He saw Jay down at the jiggle joint.
He slowly poured the bourbon in the glass, and the thick, creamy liquid peeped over the ice cube. He looked up from underneath his brows and focused on Darren.
Peter got up and left Jay there. He took the ghost walk trail from the seashore to the park, not figuring he'd run into anyone, since it was past everyone's bedtime. The ghost walk would have been closed much earlier, so he didn't want people to see him drunk.
That must have been the part of the reason Sawyer owed Darren a favor. But what was Sawyer really referring to? I leaned in a little more.
Then he saw someone running away with Jay's jacket on. The cops came and he told them it was Jay with the jacket on. He was so drunk he'd forgotten he'd left Jay at the jiggle joint a few minutes earlier, and there wasn't enough time. Jay couldn't run up through the woods near the jiggle joint, down Main Street, through Holiday Park, and down the trail to kill Alan Hill. Sawyer shook his head. No one wanted to hear that little timeline. Darren didn't want to get involved until a few years ago after he got a conscience about him. That's not true. I wasn't sure what had happened. When I left the bar, I left the two of them there with the other employees. I saw someone run the opposite direction when I was up on the lighthouse having my last drink of the night. I saw the jacket, too, and figured it was Jay until I found out later Jay had actually slept on the couch at the bar. Needed to sleep off the drinks.
Darren tried to tell his side.
The police searched all over Holiday Junction for him and went door to door. That was when they saw him at the bar. Not necessarily true. They didn't find him at the bar because the bar was closed. My employees at the time didn't know he was in there sleeping in my office. They didn't check my office when they closed the bar because I wasn't there and figured I'd locked it up.
Darren swirled his glass around. The ice cube rattled against the sides.
I got to the bar the next day and there he was. I called the police because I knew they were looking for him.
How did Darren help again? It seemed to me he turned Jay in, not helped him.
It wasn't until a few years ago when Darren had grown up and realized Jay probably hadn't run past the lighthouse the opposite way after Alan was murdered, because Jay was at the bar, passed out. The employees who work at the bar in the summer are generally kids who want to work at the beach for a summer job. They come and go. Seasonal help.
Sawyer glanced at Darren for confirmation.
I get a lot of that, but you didn't come to the bar much over the summer, so you would think most of the young college students were tourists or something.
Darren clarified because of the confused look on my face.
I'd not grown up. I just started to follow the newspaper, listen to what my mom and aunt were saying. Plus, my dad. He wasn't the chief then, but was on the force. He, too, agreed there wasn't much real evidence to hold Jay on the murder. Darren came to me, and we've been looking at the case ever since.
Sawyer opened one of the drawers on the island and pulled out some papers.
We scoured all the paper clipping and filings. We didn't. Nora helped.
Darren corrected him.
The library has it all. Better than the courthouse. The meeting Peter and I had was all the information I'd collected. He agreed he might have gotten it wrong, so he was expected to change his statement at the upcoming parole hearing.
Sawyer's bit of news was something huge to chew on. You mean to tell me Peter Hill was going to tell the parole board that he has changed his testimony? And is now not sure at all who killed his father? I had to make this very clear. This would turn the case upside down and could give Jay immediate release.
Right.
Sawyer tapped the top of the file.
And this also means someone Peter told didn't want Jay to go free.
The killer, I said. A chill hit the room.
The killer.
Sawyer nodded, his eyes ghostly and hollow. And it wouldn't be Carol. I knew she definitely wasn't a suspect.
Which reminds me why we're here,
Darren said. He downed the last bit of his drink.
Can you give us a copy of your security footage from the entire night until Carol left for work the next day? We want to make sure Dad doesn't try to pin it on her. Too late. He already came by to get it.
Sawyer glanced between us.
He cleared her.
Did you tell him about you and Peter meeting? I asked.
No. I kept it to myself for fear I'd be next.
A look of fright crossed his face for a moment before he cleared his throat.
Ahem.
He sat up straighter as though he'd realized his body language had shifted.
Not that I'm scared of anyone, but until Matthew gets some good leads, then I'll come forward. I don't want to hinder the case, you know? Yeah, thanks for the drink.
Darren got up from the stool and looked at me.
Ready to go?
One more thing. I got down and asked about something I needed to know. Whatever happened to Jay's jacket?
We never found the jacket.
The words I didn't want to hear came out of his mouth. I know you said Carol has been taken off the suspect list, but how did she feel about Peter's change of testimony? I had to know because she was planning on running against him in the next election.
Carol didn't want Peter to go to the hearing because it would hurt her chances of beating him in the election. People around here took it hard when Alan was murdered. Unlike today, murders back then were years, if not decades apart.
Sawyer started to walk us to the door.
She wanted us to collect all the evidence we could and start to leak it over the weeks leading up to the election, so people could see how Peter didn't tell the truth.
He stopped shy of the front door.
I know that makes Carol look bad. But again, small town, small politics. Do things now that might not be on the up and up and apologize later. That's the motto around here.
I planted a fake smile on my face and gave him a good southern thank you. Darren was fine to drive the moped. He wasn't drunk or even the slightest bit tipsy. The buzz of the moped in my ear, mixed with all the stuff and story Sawyer told me, played like a movie, and before I realized it, Darren was parking at the base of the lighthouse. Why didn't you take me to the Jubilee Inn? I asked.
Because I know from your silence you've been muddling over what you just heard and need to process it by talking it through.
He turned the moped off and made sure the kickstand was solidly on the ground before he got off. Then he took my hand and helped me to the ground. Electricity pulsed in my fingertips and hit my heart, causing me to suddenly inhale. I coughed to cover it up. You think you know me so well, don't you, Darren Strickland? I asked him,
Am I wrong?
The moon shined down on him, illuminating his smirk. Whatever. I pulled the straps off from under my chin and handed him the helmet. I guess we can talk about it. But now I want to know who doesn't want Jay out of prison.
The killer. The real killer.
Name? I asked, making sure he knew I wanted a name, not just the obvious.
And that's what we need to find out.
He opened the door of the lighthouse, and we took the few stairs up to his living quarters. Immediately, he headed to the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of beer. I looked around the circular room and decided to sit on the built-in half-moon couch that overlooked the side facing the ocean. I curled my leg up under me, twisted my body to the back, and laid my elbows out to rest my chin on my crossed-over hands. It's so pretty. The sound of the waves penetrated the walls, and the spotlight of the moon waved in and over the dark sea. Every time is better than the last. Darren had called the 1800s lighthouse a real-life kaleidoscope once, and ever since, I saw it from his eyes.
Here.
He handed me the beer bottle. Is it true what he said? I didn't want to repeat what Sawyer had said about why Darren was hanging out with me. It hurt too much. I didn't want to be anyone's pawn. But I also had to face it. I certainly didn't want that to be the only reason for Darren's attention.
It's all true. Jake couldn't have done it.
He sat down next to me and slipped off his shoes. No, I mean the part where you're only hanging around me to make your dad mad. There was this heavy blanket of silence between us, making it hard for me to breathe. My gosh. I got up and walked across the round room to the kitchen where I set the beer on the counter. I'm leaving.
What? Why?
Darren hurried across the room. He took big strides and blocked the door.
Why, Violet?
Why? I laughed and turned back around. I didn't realize I was some sort of pawn in your silly little family game, Darren. Your dad obviously doesn't like the fact I'm a reporter, and he must take that up with your mom. I can handle that. But you? I pointed at him from across the room where I had finally stopped at the window overlooking the ocean. I never figured this, I gestured between us, was because you wanted to use me to hurt your family.
That's not true.
He stalked over, his eyes roaming over me. What? Are you trying to win me over from Rhett? I'm the prize in this silly little game? I don't play games.
Violet?
He said with a laugh. He ran his hand through his hair, and I was eerily aware of his closeness.
You play games with everyone in this town to get the next big scoop. Do you think I don't know that you are searching for the one big story to get you out of here? That's why you don't want to get too involved as the merrymaker. That's why you don't want your mother to live here or join any of the women's groups. If anyone is using anyone, it's you. You're using me to get information.
You are so full of yourself, Darren Strickland, that it makes me sick. I fisted my hands and jutted them to my side. My mama warned me about guys like you. You've got more moves than a slinky. I pushed past him and then quickly turned on the balls of my feet. Yep, she was right. You've got that new car smell. I stalked off to the door. Not quick enough. He bolted past me and stood between the outside world and me. Suddenly, the moonlight filtered through the dark lighthouse, catching the twinkle in his eyes.
Violet Rhinehammer, I do believe you're falling for me.
He grinned. I stood there speechless.
That's good.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I've fallen for you, too.
He slid his arm around my waist, pulled me to him, and gave me a kiss like I'd never had before. I was a goner. Smitten. Chapter 14. Did you have fun last night? Mama came into the office with a mug of coffee in each hand. She set one of them down on my desk. Last night? I picked up the coffee mug and held it in front of my face so she didn't see how red it was. I didn't even hear you come in. It must have been well after midnight. Mama sat down in the chair and eyeballed me over the rim of her mug as she took a drink. I'm guessing you were doing last minute. She lowered the mug and whispered, merrymaker stuff, since today is the first day of the Halloweenie festival. I have to admit, I was surprised you were at the inn when I got back. I had to change the subject. There was no way I was going to tell Mama about the many kisses between Darren and me, which were why I'd gotten home around 1 in the morning, much too late for me. Then I knew you were thinking about it because when I got up, you'd already left to come to work. But I knew you'd come home because I had to pick up your clothes off the floor and your work bag was gone. She trilled. Aren't you the regular Miss Marple? My right brow twitched up. I took another drink of coffee. I am excited about the festival, but not as the you-know-what. And stop saying it out loud, I warned her. You never know who will come through the doors. I glanced out the office window, hoping Darren was waltzing up the walkway. He wasn't. The sky glowed a faint pink as the sun was about to start trickling up over the office and then settling high in the sky for a bright fall day for the big festival. I have to get the morning edition out with all the activities for the event page. Thank you for the coffee. I took one more drink before I turned my attention back to the online morning edition of the Junction Journal. Hurry up. She got up. We need to get over to Bubbly Boutique. Fern already called me about you talking to her and her mama. And we can pick up our Halloween costumes while we're there for tonight's costume party. I forgot all about that, I sighed. My thoughts immediately went to couple costumes and how fun it would be for Darren and me to go with something together. But we weren't a couple. At least, I told myself that since we'd not even committed to each other. It was just a kiss. Or a few. That was all. The phone rang, causing Mama to rush off. Happy Halloweenie, I heard Mama call out in her excited voice. This is the Junction Journal, Millie Kay speaking. There were several mm-hms and yeses on Mama's end before I heard her say, let me get her, hold on. Mama appeared at my office door. Herschel's on the phone. She put her hand in the pocket of her dress, which had ghosts on the fabric. He wants to talk to you about what you're going to write about the ghost walk. I'll talk to him. I picked up the phone. Good morning, Herschel. Happy Halloweenie. I hoped my happy tone would somewhat mitigate his worries. I was just working on the online edition for this morning. I'm excited to talk about the ghost walk.
That means you won't be mentioning the...
His sentence dangled. I don't think it's part of the walk, is it? It was my way of not mentioning the unmentionable, but also letting him know.
Violet, you are a gem to this community. Christine told us that, and she's right.
He paused.
Do you know what you're going to say?
I'll let you read it for yourself. I hope you have a wonderful day. After he attempted one more time to get it out of me, we said our goodbyes. In reality, I had no idea what I was even going to write, since it was next on my list. Really, it had been first on the list, but Darren was first in my heart, and clearly the kiss had been tattooed in my mind, making it hard to concentrate on anything. "You've got this." I nodded at the screen and hunkered down to get the online paper ready to go out before everyone got up for the day. The clock read 6:30 a.m. Our time of highest internet traffic was between 7 and 9. The festival didn't get kicked off until noon at Holiday Park with Christine and Mayor Paisley as the masters of ceremony. Thank you to the Merrymaker for making this year's final Halloweenie send-off. I plopped in a photo of the sign Vern had made, which Darren had hammered down into the sandy spot next to the path on the seashore side. We will be having a fun Halloweenie beach bonfire, not only to mark the very end of the warmer beach nights, but to come together as a community during the thankful holiday season coming up. It was my way of giving a little nod to Thanksgiving. And send. I hit the return key to make the online paper go live. I picked up my phone and opened the messaging app so I could send Fern a text. Me. "Good morning, Fern. Sorry to be so early, but I thought I could come by the shop before your mom opens. I'd like to talk to her without anyone around. Fern." We are going there now. We are opening an hour early thanks to the great response we got from the flyers we put around town about the Halloween costume sale. May. Maybe we can get you an ad going in the paper too. Fern. Are we becoming friendly, Violet? Me. We will see. See you in a little bit. I snorted and put down my phone. Mama, I called across the hall to her office. Are you ready to go to the Bubbly Boutique? I just texted Fern and she said they were on their way there. They're opening early because of a sale, and I wanted to talk to her before they open. Violet. Mama walked in and smiled. The paper is wonderful. I love how you put in all the little scary puns with the ghost walk. Ghostly good time. Her eyes grew as big as the grin on her face. Haunting fun. Her shoulders shimmied. They are going to love it. Get your purse. I clicked my computer off, threw my phone into my bag, and picked it up. Then I met Mom at the door. Did you drive the golf cart? Are you going to let me drive us? She asked. I sure am. I put my arm around her as we walked down the sidewalk and the little sandy path to what was once the driveway of the old cottage house. It wasn't much of a driveway. There were small diamond pavers on top of the sand with dune grass growing in the crack. Perfect for Mama's little golf cart. The Bubbly Boutique was located on Main Street with the other boutiques. Mama hadn't yet discovered it because she always had her eyes set on Emily's treasures, which was way more than just clothing. The Bubbly Boutique had more upscale clothes and things I'd never wear except on special occasions, like New Year's Eve, a wedding, possibly a funeral, or a romantic dinner. The last idea got me all giggly. What? Mama glanced at me and put the golf cart in reverse. You just thought of something that made you happy. Daddy called. I was bound and determined not to let Mama know about the kisses. Bringing up Daddy would certainly not let her read my facial features. He misses you, and he hasn't decorated a single thing. Weeks before now, you'd have all the fall decorations out. Why on earth do you want a divorce? I told you that after you left, we had nothing in common. It was like we sat there searching for things to talk about." Mama pushed the pedal down, zooming away from the ocean. As soon as we headed down Main Street, the sky took on a much different look. The baby blues, pinks, and oranges collided where the very tip-top of the sun started to wink over the mountains. Soon I'd be able to remove my sweatshirt, since the sunshine would take the dew off the roofs and blades of grass. Sprinkles of yellow and orange and a splash of red painted the leaves of the trees, for what would probably be the last week before they dropped to the ground and left the trees bare until the springtime budding. "What did he say?" It was the first time Mama appeared to be interested. I mean, really interested. He said it wasn't the same and he missed you. He was even crying, though he'd never admit it. I could tell by his voice. It wasn't the strong voice I used to talk to on the phone before Mama had lost her mind. "He was?" Mama's brows dipped for a moment. Just a moment, giving me a little glimpse of hope. "He didn't cry when I was there. They don't know what they got until it's gone. Just like that song." Don't you think it means he now sees it and can be more appreciative? It was a Hail Mary for me that she didn't dare try to catch. A little too late. She gripped the wheel as a big sigh caused her shoulders to move up and around her ears and then fall back into position. "Now, what costumes are we gonna wear to the costume party?" "I'm not sure." I reached down into my bag and looked at my phone to see if there was a text from Darren. Not that I was invested in him too much, I told myself. But it would be fun to go as something with him. I'm sure we'll find something. I lifted my fingers to my lips. I swear I could still feel the tingle. Nothing. Mama parked the golf cart in front of Bubbly Boutique. "Everything okay?" she asked. "You got awful quiet after you checked your phone." "I'm good. You know I'm always wondering about the views and readership of the paper. Now that Peter Hill has died, I can't help but hope people like Nettie, Christine, and the Dunns will be able to advertise in there. It was a lie. But maybe how I felt about the kiss was a lie to myself. It was a simple kiss, and Darren probably didn't mean anything by it. Just a kiss, not a marriage proposal. Or even a let's do it again type event. If it was, he'd have already called or texted or something, right? All the scenarios popped into my head as I sat there and flat out lied to my mama's face. Just a lot to digest over the last 24 hours. Now that wasn't a lie, and it did make me feel a little better. 24 hours? Mama scoffed and got out of her golf cart to meet me on the sidewalk. You mean 48 hours. Let's go in here and see how we can help Nettie. When I tugged on the shop door, it was locked. Mama and I put our hands over our eyes as we plastered our faces against the shop window to see inside. I gave it a hard knock. Then I noticed Fern had walked across the back of the shop to get our attention. "Sorry, we keep it locked until we open because it never fails that someone will come in before we open." Fern greeted us and looked both ways before she let us inside. She locked the door behind us. "I know we haven't been the best to each other." Fern drew her shoulders back and then down as she stood tall in front of me. "But I'm hoping we can put that behind us." "I don't think it was my Violet who didn't put her best foot forward when it came to you," Mama said, jumping to my defense. "It's fine, Mama." I put a hand on her forearm to stop her from going any further. It was best to just agree and accept the way Fern saw things instead of trying to get my point of view across. I agree. Let's move forward. Mom, Fern called to the back of the shop. Violet and Millie Kay are here. While we waited for Nettie to emerge from the back room, Mom and I looked around at the costumes. Are you going to the costume party tonight? Fern asked. We are. I ran my hand down a few of the costumes and slid back a hanger here and there to see what the disguise was. What about this one? Mama stood at another rack of costumes and held a gangster-looking outfit. Nah, why don't we go with some sort of sleuths? I found the idea to be kind of funny and fitting. I have a perfect one. Fern's excitement was contagious. Mama and I hurried over to the rack where Fern dug through the hangers to find the one she thought we'd like. A tree? Mama's enthusiasm waned when Fern pulled out a dead tree trunk with a hole for the face. And this. In her other hand, she held up a costume looking more like Sherlock Holmes's outfit. One of you can be the detective or investigator, while the other is the tree. Fern laughed with a huge smile. I don't get it. Mama's face pinched like she'd just eaten a very sour dill pickle. The investigator can stand behind the tree and look around with a magnifying glass in her hand like you're snooping. Fern role-played. That's hilarious. I clapped my hands. Mama, that's hilarious. Mama's nose curled. I'm not so sure. I was thinking more along the lines of something more sophisticated. That's the beauty of this. Fern shook both hands, dangling the costumes in front of us. No one would ever think you'd come to a costume party dressed like this. And there is a contest, I reminded Mama. Fine, but I'm not the tree. Mama insisted and took the Sherlock outfit. I'm sorry. Nettie rushed out the door from behind the counter. I was trying to get all the things done for Fern for the shop just in case Matthew Strickland hauled me off to jail. Mama had found the dressing room. Hazel told me about the public argument you had with Peter. He didn't allow you to have a vendor tent at Holiday Park during Halloweenie, thanks to some sort of broken rule. I got to the point. And I don't need to know any of those particulars. I also know you were left out of the advertising scheme, though it technically wasn't a scheme but more of a morality issue. If any of the shop owners Peter had decided not to use the advertising dollars for had tried to call it a scheme or sue him, I knew it wouldn't have held up in court. He didn't really break a rule. He just didn't include everyone. And from the minutes I'd read during the night, he made sure it was on record each time a shop owner asked if there was somehow an oversight. I guess what the chief is going on about is the argument. What will get you off the hook is the alibi. I watched Nettie shift uncomfortably. That's the problem. Once he made me leave the park, I had to haul all the stuff back here. It was late afternoon when it was all completed. I worked on a plan on how to get customers here during the festival. By the time I got it planned out, it was way up into the wee hours of the night, so I slept here. She sighed. The only person who saw me the next morning was Hazel when I went to get a coffee at Brewing Beans. She did mention how you were there really early. Earlier than normal. And in the same clothes. I hated to tell her what Hazel had told me because I was sure this was where Matthew had gotten his information. I'll need you to find a way to prove you weren't there or anywhere near the park. How? she asked and shook her head. I don't know. Did you get on social media? Did you make a call? What about the GPS on your phone? I questioned. Mom, Fern squealed. I have you on my GPS. I wonder if someone can look at my phone and somehow see your information. That doesn't necessarily mean she didn't have her phone with her, but it's worth a shot. I didn't really see much of a solution to helping her with an alibi. Other than that, I'm just hoping to find the killer, or that Matthew finds the killer. Do you know Millard Ramsey? Yes, we know pretty much everyone here. Fern answered for them both. Right before Peter was found, the Headless Horseman teased us before racing the horse down the path. Can you think of any reason Millard's son would want to have killed Peter? The color fell from their faces. Tito Ramsey, Millard's son, is best friends with Jay Renner. Fern's words sent chills up. Chapter 15. I couldn't get on with my day until I went to check out Millard Ramsey's horseback riding tourist attraction at the Hippity Hoppity Ranch. Mama had been too busy in the dressing room to even hear most of the conversation I'd had with Nettie and Fern. So it was easy to drop her off and tell her to go back over the meeting minutes to see if she could research anything else involving Peter Hill. One problem with getting to the Hippity Hoppity Ranch was that I had to walk down the seaside sidewalk, past the jiggle joint, and even farther past the lighthouse, doubling my chances of running into or at least seeing Darren. Without hesitation, I power-walked like I was on fire past both of Darren's hot spots with my head down. That was probably the fastest I'd walked in years. The ranch was on the beach and had what looked to be about 5 acres with a barn built in the back. There was an open stable and an enclosed fence area where I noticed some movement. As I made my way up there, I started to imagine how I wanted the conversation to go. In my mind, it was made easy, and if Tito did do it, he'd come clean and beg for forgiveness, while I made the 911 call to the police station, and that would be it. Did it go that way? Never. I hope you aren't here to ride. The woman glanced up. Her brown hair appeared to be one length and pulled back at the nape of her neck in a small ponytail. She wore a plaid long-sleeved shirt and bootcut light blue jeans, the tips of her cowboy boots sticking out from the hems. You look a little too fancied up. She shoved the pitchfork in the ground and leaned on it. The woman pushed back the stray strands of hair from around her face with the back of her gloved hand. I looked down at the outfit I'd thrown on from Mama's stash of Halloween garb and laughed. No, I shook my head and took out a business card I'd had from my previous job, which reminded me that I needed to order a new one. This one was fine since it had my name and phone number on it. I'm Violet Rhinehammer from the Junction Journal. I'm posting the daily events for Halloweenie, and I understand your son is the Headless Horseman. Oh, that. She let go of the pitchfork, pulled off the gloves, and took my card. She looked at it. He does that for fun. I used to do it when they paid me. Not so much anymore. I was there when he did it a couple of days ago for a sneak peek of the ghost walk. By the look on her face and the hard stance she took, she knew why I was really there. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone's head pop up from the stall next to us, but I didn't act like I saw it when the person disappeared as quickly as they'd come up. You're here to ask about Peter Hill, aren't you? She gave a slight shift of her eyes toward the other stall. So subtle, she didn't know I'd noticed her little movement.
You're not here to do an article on the Headless Horseman. I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Don't you want to see justice prevail? I asked, digging my shoes in the sand. If your son had something to do with Peter Hill because he was Jay Renner's best friend, I would think he'd want to know he hurt a man who was actually going to Jay's parole hearing to tell what he remembered about that night his father was killed. Jay couldn't have killed Alan.
He was going to what?
Tito popped up in the next stall. He, too, had a pitchfork in his hand. Those tools were for mucking the stalls, but they sure did look like deadly weapons to me. Do you mind putting those down and coming over here so we can talk? I made the suggestion, feeling much better when they both did exactly as I had asked.
Why don't you come on in the barn where my office is located? I just started some coffee. Because Tito and I like to get warm by the small potbelly and sip on some coffee during the cooler months.
Millard was inviting, and I agreed. Am I walking to my death? I thought with each step of the way as the silence wrapped its arms around me. The closer I got to the barn, the cooler the temperature seemed to get, and the cold settled deep into my bones. The barn was not really a barn for animals, but more like what we'd call a pole barn in Kentucky. It was an erected building that stood like a barn, but the inside had all the luxuries of an office or even a home. They'd been built as such where I was from. In this case, it held the offices for the Hippity-Hoppity Ranch, and the logo was as cute as the name. It was a horse wearing a straw hat with bunny ears on it. The barn was a true working office. Other people in there and in different spaces saw us come in, which assured that if I did go missing, there were many people in here that would notice I was gone.
Did you think we were going to come in here and kill you?
Millard snorted once we walked in the back of the barn, where there was a potbelly stove with a kettle on top. The smell of coffee was much more pleasant than the horse dung from the stalls.
I could see your face relax.
You never know. I took the mug she handed me and looked inside. Cowboy coffee.
I like you. You know your coffee. And I love your accent. I heard you were from the South.
She picked up the kettle and poured the hot water into the mug where it mixed with the grounds to make the perfect tasting coffee. Thank you. I do know a few things about coffee and the South. Not so much about horses, so I think it's really cool what you do here. Tito made his own coffee, and he sat down in one of the many rocking chairs, which was a strange decoration for an office. But whatever.
What was it you were saying about Peter Hill and the parole board?
Tito took a vested interest. I was saying whoever killed Peter probably knew he was going to the parole board to reverse his previous statements, after some of his memories of the night his father was murdered had surfaced. Not really what I was going to say, but at least it was a more positive spin than accusing Tito of killing Peter to avenge his best friend.
He remembered.
Tito let out a big sigh of relief.
So when is Jay getting out?
He isn't. Peter didn't get to the parole board hearing. It's coming up. I watched Tito's face change expressions. I'm sorry, but I do have to ask you if you killed Peter Hill that morning after I'd seen you on the path.
No,
he stated with certainty.
I can't believe you'd even ask me that. I knew they were bringing back the ghost walk, so I put on the costume in hopes they'd see me and ask us to participate again. That's it. Boy, that backfired. It's a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Millard looked at her son with love.
No one is accusing. She's a reporter. It's what they do to get information from people.
I let her comment wash right over me.
Have you thought about the idea that someone wanted Jay to stay in jail and knew Peter was going to change his statement?
Tito asked before he jumped up and took off, leaving me a good question I'd not considered. Millard politely told me to have a good day before she darted after her son. Tito's question might have sent me down the rabbit hole if I'd not glanced around on my way out of the barn. In the corner of the office, with Tito Ramsey's name on the door, sat what clearly looked like a jack-in-the-box. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and walked out the barn door. No messages from Darren. I hit my contact list, and on my way to the office, I dialed Chief Matthew Strickland. Don't ask me yet, I'll come down and give a statement tomorrow. That was exactly how I started my phone conversation when he answered. But the jack-in-the-box Peter Hill's body replaced from the ghost walk coffin is sitting in the corner office of Tito Ramsey, the headless horseman and best friend to Jay Renner. It was enough for Matthew to thank me and tell me,
"Good job."
Chapter 16. The rumbles about Tito Ramsey wrapped around the gossip mill like the vine around a pumpkin stem. Everyone had heard that Holiday Junction police had gotten a warrant to search Hippity Hoppity Ranch, where they found the jack-in-the-box and the headless horseman outfit. Both had Tito's fingerprints on them, making them sufficient evidence for the police to hold Tito for questioning. Even though Halloweenie was in full swing, it was when the news broke that Matthew had formally charged Tito that the holiday excitement really got going. I'd been able to publish updates on the case all afternoon until it was time to go back to the inn, where I'd meet Mama so we could get ready for the costume party and go together, especially now that she was Sherlock Holmes and I was the tree she'd stand behind all night. She'd peek around me through her magnifying glass as if she were peeping. The lack of communication from Darren told me everything I needed to know. Whatever attraction I thought I had for him was just my imagination. The party tent had been erected at Holiday Park. It wasn't at all scary like I thought. Twinkly lights dangled from not only the tent but from the trees, as did hanging solar-powered chandeliers. All the carriage lights throughout the park were turned on, and their bases had twinkling lights curled around them. Too bad this wasn't what every holiday looked like. I stood there in my tree stump costume and looked at all the fun costumes going in and out from underneath that tent. There were hot dogs, spiders, a Spider-Man, bat wings, prisoners, colorful tutus, skeletons, popcorn, athletes, and a banana along with the typical clown and animal get-ups. The ages ranged from babies to elderly people in wheelchairs. The crowd was large, and I was sure that was because everyone was relieved the police had someone in custody.
"Tonight, we will be visited by unresolved affairs throughout Holiday Junction,"
Herschel said, his voice booming deeply as he stood in full costume next to the fountain where he had a crowd of about 20 in front of him. I smiled. Hazel Lynn stood next to him and noticed Mama and me. She gave a slight wave. Mama jumped behind me and looked around with the magnifying glass up to her eye. Hazel Lynn gave us a thumbs up. Someone with a clipboard, a full beard, and a huge clock dangling from his neck gave us a once-over before writing something down on the clipboard. "That must be the judge," Mama adjusted the Sherlock Holmes hat and really started to dance back and forth behind me, peeking out from both sides. "We are a sleuthing duo," she told the man. He nodded and stayed there, watching Mama continue to woo him with her sneaky techniques while I stood still. Finally, he walked off and headed to another party-goer. "We should have curled twinkly lights around you like the trees here in the park." Mama's eyes were hidden by the cap. "Let's go do that." "No, Mama. I wasn't about to walk around with twinkly lights on me. He already judged us and moved on." "I want to win that prize." She stomped on the verge of a hissy fit when Darren walked up. "What on earth are you supposed to be?"
"Darren Strickland. I think I make a good one."
He smiled, shifting his eyes to me.
"Tree trunk."
He nodded. "Not just any tree trunk," Mama said, saving me from cussing him out. I'm hiding behind her and sleuthing for clues. Mama's voice took on a mysterious tone.
"Good one."
He nodded, but kept his eyes on me. The band at the amphitheater started to play, giving Mama the itch to dance. "I see some of the leading ladies," Mama pointed out. "Come over there when you two are done with whatever business got Violet so worked up today." "Mama," I gasped. "You think you can keep whatever is bothering you a secret from me, but you can't. Violet Jean Rhinehammer, I know you better than you know yourself." Mama waved the magnifying glass at me and took off toward the amphitheater, leaving me alone with Darren.
"I've been bothering you today?"
Darren's snarky tone made the question sound like a compliment. "I'm fine." I wasn't about to give him any reason to think otherwise, even though Mama had pointed it out. "She's lost her mind. I never even mentioned you today."
"I can see you're bothered."
Darren winked. "I'm bothered you think you're too good to be in a costume." I put my hand on my tree trunk hip.
"I'm the judge of the costume party, so they told me not to come in costume. The bar is sponsoring the prize."
He pointed at the vendor booth where Owen and Sean stood behind beer taps, pouring the beer into plastic cups.
"My own mama wouldn't let me take out an ad."
I was going to say something smart alecky, but jerked up. "You are the judge?"
"Yes."
He slowly nodded.
"Why? What's the look?"
"We need to find the man in the long beard, clock, and clipboard." I suddenly wondered who that was, and why he'd taken a long time to watch Mom and me. "I think we have the wrong killer. Why else would Tito display the jack-in-the-box? If he was the killer, surely to goodness he must have hidden it." At this point, I was rambling to myself and sorting out all the details in my head. It was like Darren could read my mind. Immediately, we parted, one going one way and one going the other. Darren headed to the amphitheater, while I ran into the large crowd underneath a tent where the food was currently being served. I waved in and out, darting around a dog, banana, hot dog, and a witch, until I finally saw the man with the beard, clock, and clipboard. All of a sudden, the lights went out in the tent, leaving everyone in the dark for a moment. Several screams and cries followed. The lights came right back on.
"Don't worry, the plug was accidentally pulled out of the circuit."
I overheard someone yell out before a shrill scream stopped everyone right where they were. "Help! Help!" The voice I recognized was Carol Dunn's. "You! Get him! He stabbed my husband!" I ran toward the yelling as fast as I could. "Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance, she shrieked, panic in her voice. When I got through the crowd, Carol was crouched down on the ground. Someone dressed as Snoopy had tackled the man with the clock around his neck and held him against the ground while Sawyer Dunn was lying in a pool of blood. It was him. Carol's eyes blazed with anger and uncertainty as she held Sawyer's hand. I reached down and ripped off the man's beard just as Matthew Strickland ran up. "Dad?" I asked when I recognized the face. Chapter 17. To say Mama and I spent all night at jail in shock and despair was an understatement. We not only look like fools in our tree and detective costumes, but we look like fools to the community who had embraced and loved us now that my dad was in custody for the attempted murder of Sawyer Dunn. He didn't do it. No way did your father do it. Mama was going to rub the skin right off her hands if she didn't stop rubbing on them. Did you even know your father was in town? No. My mind had so many thoughts it was hard to say even a single word. What on earth, Violet Jean? Mama had called me by my two names twice tonight, both times with worry. That was the only time she called me by my two names. Do you think he did it? She asked again. I don't know, Mama. I wasn't sure. And I certainly wasn't going to sit there and tell her the details of what I'd seen, or about Daddy holding the knife.
My dad said it's going to be a while, so you two should probably go back to the inn and get some sleep. Come back tomorrow around visiting hours, or if you have a lawyer.
I saw Darren's mouth moving, but all I heard was blah, 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 and something about a lawyer. With a little coaxing, I got Mama to leave the jail. We both decided to walk to the house on Hart Way instead of going to the inn. Even though there wasn't any real furniture in the house, we could at least sit on the outdoor furniture with her fireplace going to keep us warm. We weren't going to sleep. Who are you calling at this hour? Mama questioned me, breaking the silence in the dead of night. Diffie Delk. He was the only lawyer I knew who had any dealings in Holiday Junction. He didn't answer. I held on to my phone because it was too hard to try to get to my jeans pocket with the tree trunk on. But the tree trunk was keeping me warm. The temperature had dropped to at least 50 degrees, and Mama was already dressed in a long trench coat. Did you know he was the judge of the costume contest? Mama asked so innocently. I wonder if we're going to win. Mama, he wasn't the judge. He was only pretending to be. Darren was the judge. That was why he wasn't dressed up. Oh, she whispered. For the rest of the walk, we were silent. As soon as we hit the backyard, she started talking and didn't stop until the sun came up. She told me there was no way Daddy did this, and that she was on a mission to get to the office and research everything and everyone associated with Peter Hill. But as she talked, I got to thinking about what Tito had said to me. Mama, do you think we're on the wrong trail? I asked, and looked up over the house as the sun started to peek over the mountain. What? The early morning sunrise illuminated Mama's face. Her mascara had dripped down her cheeks, and the lines around her eyes had gotten deeper as the worry lay on her like makeup, thick and heavy. Maybe someone knew Peter was going to retract his testimony against Jay Renner, and they didn't want Jay Renner to come out of jail. Violet, who on earth would do that? Mama asked. The real killer. My jaw dropped. I didn't see it last night because I was so upset about Daddy. I stood up to get my blood going. The tree trunk costume now lay across the back of one of the chairs at the table with the gorgeous Flowerworks tablescape. Peter and Sawyer met the other day before Peter was murdered. Peter told him he was going to retract his statement after he'd had a memory, and that there was no way Jay could have been at the scene of his father's murder. I gulped. I think whoever really killed Alan Hill knew Peter was going to go before the parole board and try to get Jay a new trial, so they killed him to keep him silent. Then they found out Sawyer knew and took the opportunity to use the costume party to kill Sawyer. You go figure that out, and I'm going to go to the jail. She rubbed the makeup from her face, and the determined look I'd seen her wear before shined. Give me Diffie's number. I'm calling him to meet me at the jail right now, or I'm going to his house. I'm going to go to the library to get information on Jay Renner's trial and see what there is on Jay. I followed Mama into the house where she'd had her boxes from Kentucky delivered. A few pieces of clothing items were in there, so we could at least change. After we got dressed and walked out of the house, we stood on the end of Hart Way. Keep me posted about what Diffie has to say. I hugged her and went off to the library, determined to get some good information and new leads, because now this was personal. Chapter 18. Never in a million years did I think I'd see Carol Dunn standing in the library, and never in a million years did I ever think my father would be in jail for the attempted murder of Carol Dunn's husband. I'm surprised you're showing your face around here. She glowered at me. Nora stood beside her, fidgeting uncomfortably with the pumpkin carving tool in her hands. Luckily your father didn't critically injure Sawyer, so he's not dead. I'm sorry, Carol. I just don't think my dad did this. I had no idea why I let the words roll out of my mouth. I'm sorry about what happened to Sawyer. There's no reason for my father to have done such a thing. Before he stabbed him, he was talking to us about the town and asked about the paper. That was when Sawyer told him about your mom's house and you. Sawyer really talked up your mom. And if someone didn't know better, they'd think Sawyer had a thing for your mom. So I'm sure your father thought that and got jealous. Carol would have told a very believable story if it hadn't been about my dad, making it completely unbelievable to me. Did he lunge at him? What was said before he did it? I pleaded with her to know. I have no idea. The lights went out, and when they flickered back on, your father was standing over him. Then he bent down and plucked the knife out of Sawyer's side. Wait! A little bit of hope bubbled up in me. You mean you didn't see him do it? No, I told you the lights went out. Carol glared. Then there's a possibility he didn't do it. Nora squeaked out. Carol shot her a look. Nora put her fingers in her mouth. Yes, I agreed wholeheartedly and nodded. That's why I'm here. Think about it. I put my hands out for her to listen to my reasoning, though she had great cause not to give me the time. She stayed put, so I continued. Peter had confided in Sawyer he was going to retract his testimony, which at best meant Jay Renner could get a new trial, be found not guilty, and get out. I watched Carol digest that information. What if the real killer found out, and not only killed Peter to stop him, but also got into a costume and stabbed Sawyer, hoping he'd die with the information Peter gave him? The doors of the library opened, and someone came in pulling a wagon behind them that was filled with pumpkins. "Excuse me," Nora said. "I've got the pumpkin carving contest to set up." She patted my arm and gave me a sympathetic smile. "I'm sure my daddy is here to win back my mama." I blinked a few times. "And your theory about him being jealous would be possible if it weren't my dad. There have been so many times men have flirted with Mama, and Daddy has been so proud." "Please," I begged. "I'm just asking for a little more time to find something or someone close to Jay's past other than Tito."
"I have no idea who it would be."
She crossed her arms.
"Jay was with us all the time."
She looked at Nora.
"Right, Nora?"
"I guess," Nora shrugged.
"On occasion he went out, but mainly to the jiggle joint,"
Carol finished. "And that was where he was the night of Alan's murder. Sawyer told me you never recovered the special jacket of Jay's. If we could find that, or who would have had the opportunity to take it..." I sucked in a deep breath.
"Fine. I'll give you some time. Only because Sawyer really does like your mom and working at her new house. But that's it. If Chief Strickland comes back and names your dad as Sawyer's attacker, we will go for the full punishment possible."
That was all I needed to hear before I left her to finish doing her part as the interim president to set up the pumpkin carving contest. I headed back to the computer, where I needed to pull up everything on Jay Renner and his trial. That included his social media, his contacts, and any sort of newspaper articles about him. "Do you need anything before it gets busy?" Nora came up and stood next to me. "No, I've been here for an hour now, and I did find some photos from the courtroom." I used the mouse to bring up the photos and magnify them. "I can see everyone we know." I pointed at the photo on the screen. "Peter, Vicky, Carol, Peter, Christine, and..." I hit the plus sign again to enlarge the photo. "Is that you?" "Mm-hmm," she agreed in her quiet way. When I pulled up the police report and the description of Jay, there were some scratches on his arms, but it wasn't Alan's DNA found under them. I clicked between the tabs to show her, looking for any insight she might have. Alan didn't have any scratch marks. So who did Jay get into a fight with? Whose DNA is on his arm? I looked up and around, realizing not a single person was in the library. I thought there was a pumpkin carving contest. I asked Nora, and saw the table set up in the front of the library. Each place was set with a pumpkin and a pumpkin carving kit. "It's not until noon," she said, her voice cracking. "Are you sure you're okay?" I asked. "It's fine." Nora fiddled with the pumpkin carving tools. "I have some old articles in the office about the trial if you want to see them. I'm not sure what they will tell you, but maybe something will spark an idea or clue." "Yeah." "And I know Peter and Sawyer were going to go to his parole hearing to tell them they remembered a key detail that might get him out of jail," she said behind her as I followed her to the office. She picked her fingers on the way. Then I noticed Nora was visibly shaken. "Are you okay?" I asked. "I'm fine." She opened the office door and we went inside. "I think the file is here." She opened a file cabinet and dug through the files. "There's a lot of photos of the trial from the Stricklands. Carol made it sound like you were around Jay Renner." I gestured to the door. "In the lobby, she said Jay was only around them. Then she asked you for confirmation." I took the file and started to flip through the photos. There were sticky notes in Louise Strickland's handwriting that I recognized. Something clicked, bringing me out of my confused thoughts. I turned to see Nora standing at the door. Her hand was on the door lock, which I could see wasn't fully clicked. Nora, I looked at her. Her attitude had changed. Her gaze shifted past me and landed at the file on the desk. I turned back and picked up a photo from the courtroom, the same photo I'd seen with her in the room. Nora, did you know Jay Renner? There was more to this than I knew. And she apparently thought I knew something since she'd lock the door so no one would come in to disturb us. I looked at the photo of the much younger version of her and saw her fingernails were long, much longer, like longer enough for a good cat-scratching fight. Did you scratch Jay Renner? You don't know him. Her nose flared. Her throat moved up and down as she swallowed back the tears pooling in her eyes. Yes, I knew him. I met him at the Dunn home. I was a kid just like him. The Dunns took in everyone who needed a home, a job. I cleaned Sawyer's houses after he finished working on them. I met Jay through them, and yeah, we kinda became a couple. He was abusive. She threw a chin. If you look in the photo, I've got a black eye. He did that. She gulped. I knew I had to get him out of my life. He told me there was no way he was going to leave me alone. He said I couldn't break up with him. He slapped me around. I knew if he killed, or appeared to have killed an important citizen, then he'd be put to death. I took his jacket that everyone knew he wore, and I waited for Alan Hill to approve the ghost walk that year. When he walked down the path, I jumped out, stabbed him, and left him there to die. She took a couple of steps forward and opened another file cabinet. While she patted around the inside, keeping her eyes on me, I slowly shifted my gaze to make my plan to run around her and see which way would be best to get a clear shot at the door. I calculated the time it would take to run to the door, fully unlock it, and hightail it out of the library. My phone was out next to the computer I'd left my bag beside, so it was useless to even think of calling someone. Not that Nora was going to let me. I noticed the knife she'd pulled from the drawer. The dark stain along the blade was no doubt the years-old blood of Alan Hill. I'd been volunteering here at the library and hid the knife here. You wouldn't believe how many books out there on the shelves never get touched. She smiled at her cleverness. I never figured I'd have to kill someone in the library. And I was beginning to like you. Your daddy, she said, mocking my accent. He came in here looking around, and I told him about the costume contest. Even gave him a costume. I knew the library had so much more than books, and that included costumes, art pieces, and many more unusual things. According to the wall clock, it was almost noon. Surely some people were starting to come into the library for the carving contest. So you knew Peter was going to recant his testimony and make Jay leave jail. I yelled, hoping someone would hear me. Nora tried to keep her quiet composure, but the edges of her hair were shaking. Her jaw was clenched. I continued to hammer her. You overheard them in the library talking, and you knew you didn't want Jay out of jail so you could stay safe. I continued to raise my voice. He sent me letters all these years. She spat. I have them hidden in the encyclopedia under J for J. No one ever uses encyclopedias anymore. His letters. Did they say he was coming home? To you? I asked. Did you tell Carol what he did to you? He said he knew it was me, and when he got out, he was going to make me pay. Her voice held so much hate that I could tell she was almost out of her mind and not fully aware of what was truly happening here. I never told anyone we dated. I can't let him get out. He needs to be behind bars for hurting me. She wielded the knife in front of her. And I can't let you ruin what I've got here. You have nothing but lies built upon more lies. What are you going to do? Wait until Sawyer gets out of the hospital and when he goes to Jay's parole hearing to tell them what Peter said? Kill off everyone who knows? I asked. You'll never make it that far. The door handle jiggled, and the half-locked door popped open. Excuse me? A lady and her child were standing at the door. Her eyes shifted to the knife, where she pulled her child to her, face away from the scene. We're here for the pumpkin carving contest. Excuse me. I heard Mama's voice. In here, Mama, I screamed. Mama appeared at the door behind the lady and her child, Chief Matthew Strickland next to her. Yes, we are having the pumpkin carving contest. Right this way. Mama glanced over the scene, making it clear everything was going to be taken care of now that she and Matthew were here. Chapter 19. Merrymaker Message. It looks like another Halloweenie has come and gone. No doubt without its murders. Glitches. We always hold on to the hope for a smoother event during next year's haunting holiday. Ghosts from the past were revealed. The ghost of the present needed to come into the light to be exposed, making Holiday Junction once again a safe tourist town. Now we look ahead to the next holiday we celebrate in Holiday Junction. The season of giving, being thankful, and renewal is upon us. As the merrymaker, I feel it's my duty to let you know some secrets are kept hidden even better than my identity. If anyone should reveal these secrets, during a holiday where everyone comes together and chatter begins. So keep your ears peeled for not only what is going on with our newest citizens, but where the next party will end. This has been a Halloween Homicide, Holiday Cozy Mystery Book 3, written by Tonya Kappes, narrated by Elizabeth Demetrius. Copyright 2022 by Tonya Kappes. Production copyright by Tonya Kappes.